Welcome to the National Park of Speed. Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is the June Sprints, folks. One of the biggest weekends on the SCCA calendar here at Road America. And it is a preview of what's going to come up here in September and October for the runoffs. And it is going to be a great weekend of racing here. We've got qualifying today. We've got some more qualifying and some racing tomorrow, and then a whole bunch of racing on Sunday. Big weekend here at Road America. I'm Brian Bielanski. I will bring you the qualifying coverage throughout this afternoon. Tomorrow, we've got Larry Lefty McLeod who's going to join us as well for the rest of the weekend. But let's get right to it here, all qualifying time. We have a look at this beautiful facility here, and we're going to pull that up in just a second here. Sorry, Jordan. I pulled that out too quickly, and here it is. This is Road America, of course, a 4-mile, 6.5-kilometer course, 14 turns, natural terrain, probably as much elevation change at this racetrack as you will see at pretty much any racetrack other than maybe Bathurst. Asphalt racetrack, first race in 1955, and I think this is the 76th or something running of the June Sprints. I should pull that up so I know for sure. We will get to that as the week goes on. 14 turns. Of course, you've got some really important turns on this racetrack. 14, very important. That leads onto this long uphill main straight. And then, of course, turn 3, very important because it leads onto that long back straight going into turn 5. And of course, you've got the infamous kink, some changes at the kink this year. We'll talk about that throughout this afternoon. And that heads you down Kettle Bottoms towards Canada Corner, one of my favorite places on this racetrack. I have an intimate relationship with the sand trap on the outside of Canada Corner. Don't ask me why. I'll tell you that in a different story altogether. Let's get to qualifying action. B-Spec is on the racetrack right now. Here they come up towards turn 14, and it is going to be a 25-minute qualifying session. This B-Spec group has become one of the most popular groups here in the SCCA over the last, maybe 5-6 years. A class that not too long ago was kind of on its deathbed, but the drivers have worked together and have put together a whole bunch of cars, and now there's more than 120 of these race cars now around the country. At the moment, we've got 14 qualifying this weekend. This is on board the Goodyear Racing camera here in the car driven by Stuart Black here. This is the number 40 car as he heads down towards I believe we're at turn 1 here. Yes, that's turn 1. And heading now down towards turn 3 and then under the bridge towards turn 5. Anyway, the slowest race cars here this weekend, but often the most fun. You've got your Honda Fits, you've got your Chevy Sonics, your Mini Coopers, and what else? Oh, Mazda 3 or Mazda 2s are in this group as well. So really great, fun group of cars based on production cars. They put in a cage. They put on the Goodyear spec tires, and they have a couple of different things they can do with the suspension. Each of them has a spec suspension package. And that's what brings them out here this weekend. And it was a great race here at the runoffs as well for this group last year. So taking a look at the early times, we're going to get our first hot lap here. And the first real hot lap actually turns out to be a good lap here, because with a 4-mile lap here, the out lap is actually useful. They can actually get done with that out lap, have some decent heat in their tires, and then be ready to go racing very, very quickly here. When I say racing, I mean racing for the pole here for the June Sprints. 2 qualifying sessions, 25 minutes today, then 25 minutes tomorrow. And that's how they will set the field for our June Sprints races. The B-Spec cars, they're actually going to have their one race of the weekend on Saturday afternoon. These cars will race at, let me pull it up here, around 2:55 Central Time on Saturday afternoon. I guess that would be tomorrow afternoon. I've lost all track of my days making the trip out here from the West Coast to be here at the National Park of Speed. If we can you drop the pylon for a second and stay with this shot, Jordan? So if you see this weirdness on the outside of the kink here that everyone looks at, essentially this is in response to the dust that was kicked up last year for cars that had gone off right here. And it's a new kind of rumble strip type situation where there's cement, then grass, then cement, then grass, then cement, then grass. It's supposed to make it very unadvantageous to go out there without really risking a car wrecking if they do go out there. And the one good thing with that is that there should be less dust kicked up. And if anybody was watching the runoffs last year, we had an incident during practice or qualifying where we had three cars got involved in a really, really rough wreck. And two of our drivers hurt very seriously, both of them on the mend, thankfully. Jim Drago, Denny Stain on the mend, and hoping that they're all pointing towards getting back at a race car. But the best news is that they're up and around and working on their rehabilitation. And we want to give a shout out to those guys this weekend. We're all thinking of them as we're out here racing, but that part of the racetrack is kind of what they did to kind of help eliminate the situation with the dust, which is a big part of why that wreck happened. So that's the goal, and we will see in practice how it works this weekend. The track itself unchanged. So you still have to make that decision. Can you go through the kink flat out? Should you go through the kink flat out? Are there times when you can and you don't? All those decisions will continue to be made here by the drivers here. So we talked about it with Peter Cunningham on the Inside the SCCA podcast about the changes at the racetrack, and I said, are you going to treat it differently? He goes, well, the track itself hasn't changed. It's just the not wanting to go off because it's a little different now. So we'll see how that works out here as we get through our first couple of laps here. Now we've got some times in the book. Josh Schmidt out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. Babyface Fabrication is our fast car early right now. Of course, these early laps aren't always indicative of how things are going to play out, but he's put down a 2:53.2. He is the top lap right now. Stuart Black is in second place. Gail Corley, who had a rollover crash at Hallett this year, is back with a new car, and that car built by Babyface. The cage in that car put together by Babyface Fabrication. So Gail is back out here in that new car. Fantastic there. Joseph Gersh is in fourth, and then Thomas Pendergrass. He is one of those guys who doesn't get out here very often, but when he does, he always helps put on a great show. He ran up front in New Orleans all weekend long. So good to see Thomas out here. Josh Allen right now in sixth, followed by Caleb Petrie. Stephanie Anderson, local from Racine, Wisconsin. Also Caleb Petrie from Waukesha. So we've got Racine, Waukesha, Florence, Appleton. That's your four drivers local to Road America in this race as well. Here they come up here through turn 13. Kind of a little bit of an uphill. Getting 13 and doing it well is so important to setting up 14, which of course, as I said earlier, desperately important to get 14 right because of this monstrous hill that they have to go up. And when you're in a B-Spec car, it feels like you're climbing Mount Everest here as they come up the hill. Any kind of momentum that you're gaining, if you're accelerating, you get to the hill and then your car just kind of goes, I'm going to stay at this speed until I get to the top of the hill. And then I start accelerating again. It is just really, really a big hill to climb, all puns intended for that. So if you're watching at home, now's the time to hit that like button. Like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Helps us with the algorithm, helps more people find the SCCA. I will call you up by the end of the day. If we've had 1,200 viewers and 100 likes, that means that a couple of you folks didn't hit the like button. That's going to make me very unhappy. Coming down now as they come through three. Drafting really important in this group as well. The fast way in B-Spec is to have a partner, and that is very, very important. And trying to work with somebody here, especially at Road America, where you've got these dastardly long straights. If you do not have a drafting partner, you will not be at the top of the leaderboard here. So that is one thing that they are going to keep track of here. 25-minute qualifying session here. That means we're probably going to get about 9 laps of qualifying is my guess. Josh Schmidt has put down a purple sector 1. He's also put down purple through the speed traps, 109 miles per hour. Who knew a Chevy Sonic could do 109 miles per hour? That's his time through the speed trap. Stuart Black is the second place car right now overall, still in this group. Coming up on 13 minutes, 55 seconds to go here. We have today, pull up the schedule again, we've got Let's see here. We've got qualifying for our first 8 race groups today. So we'll get those all out of the way today. And then we will do the rest of first round qualifying tomorrow morning, followed by second group qualifying in the afternoon as well, or into the morning and afternoon before we get to racing late tomorrow afternoon. We'll get our first 3 races of the weekend in, done and dusted on Saturday. A little different schedule this year, 1 race for each race group. We'll get into a little bit of the whys of that as we get through the day. Let's take a look at our lap times right now, early on in this session. Waiting for Josh Schmidt to come across line. Now, Josh Schmidt store a block of flip-flop spots here. See if maybe one car is a little bit faster as they come across the timing line. Timing line for the qualifying this year, like last year, I believe, is right here around turn 13. It allows people to finish a qualifying lap and go into the pits without having to take another lap. So right now, the fast qualifying time is still Josh Schmidt now with a 2:55. With a 2:53.2. Stuart Black, your second fast car with a 2:54, although Stuart Black just put down a purple sector time in Sector 4. That's a great time there. Almost a full 1/10 of a second faster than Josh Schmidt there on his previously fast purple sector time. All right, we're at the halfway mark in this qualifying session. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, and then we will take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the session. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid for qualifying. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. FE2 Prototype and Prototype 2. Group 2 cars to the grid for qualifying.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour June Sprints. Got 9 minutes left in this qualifying session. Got a bunch of folks in the chat already. Gina Katzmark Hello from turn 5. How you doing down there? Hopefully you've got some friends down there with you. Carl T hates our broadcasts, folks. Why? Not because they're bad, because he gets nothing done because he should be working. I love it. I love it. If there's not a better way to hate a broadcast, that's a good reason to do it. All right, looking at our qualifying numbers right now, Josh Schmidt lowering his time again. It is now a 2:53.2 seconds. The next fastest car is Rob Pekarczyk from Brunswick, Ohio. His fast lap at 2:53.9. So you've got a Honda Chevy Sonic up front and a Honda Fit in second place right now. Then you've got another Chevy Sonic. Now the Chevy Sonic is referred to affectionately as the big bore car in this group. I believe it has 0.2 of a larger liter displacement. I believe that the Sonic is a 1.8 liter. I've got it written down. I'll have to pull up my notes. But the Sonic is a 1.8 liter to the best of my remembrance, and the rest of the cars are 1.6 liter cars. So it allegedly has a little more horsepower for a track like this. That's really important. And so that's the Honda, the Chevy Sonic and Honda Fit of Rob Pekarczyk hanging right in there. With a 2:53.9. Then you got Stuart Black. Gail Corley is in 4th. Josh Allen is in 5th. And you've got Stephanie Anderson, Thomas Pendergrass, Richard Holmstrom, Joseph Gersh, and Caleb Petrie. 10. That's your top 10. So that's how they stand right now as we get to about 7 minutes to go here at the June Sprints. Qualifying 1, Q1 today. And then a couple more Qs tomorrow, and then Q1s, and then a second group of qualifying sessions for everybody. And look at that, how important the draft is, that even though the second place car there of Pekarczyk of Stuart Black and that duo knew that he was going in, wanted to catch just that little bit of draft to make a little bit faster trip up that big hill here. And he was able to pull it out. There is that Goodyear Racing Tire camera of Stuart Black as he goes down into turn 1. On the rumble strips there, that's very popular to go a little wide there. In some cars, when we put the camera up, we'll go really, really wide. Maybe not so much in the B-Spec, but definitely some of the Spec Miatas and Spec MX-5 cars will go very wide at the exit of 1. Now you've got the run up the hill, a little tiny hill, but a hill nonetheless, coming out of 3, under the Sargento Bridge, and then straight downhill to turn 5. One of the best spectator locations anywhere in the world, folks. Big grandstand down at turn 5, the left-hander that goes up the hill to 6. And there is the turning point. Hit those curbs hard, and then the curbs on the exit. Straight up the hill. He is waving to whom? Is he mad at himself? I do that all the time. You know, it's funny. I didn't realize how much I swore in the car until I had a camera in the car with me. And then I realized the funny part is that I'm usually swearing at myself. So that's not an uncommon thing. You know, when you do all mic'd up, it's definitely not PG-13 for me anyway. Stuart Black now going into turn 7. And now we get into the entrance of the carousel. One of the most fun and frustrating corners on this racetrack because it's just, I never know, and other drivers I've talked to, other drivers I've talked to as well, you know, there's a whole bunch of different ways to go through it, and every time you experiment, you kind of think, oh, this way's better, and then you realize, oh, maybe the other way's better. It's just, there's so many different ways to attack the carousel. Looking now at our lineup here as we get some more cars. Going to head down here towards the kink here. This is the entrance to the kink. In these cars, I'm pretty certain it's flat out. And then they're going to come out just to, now the rumble strip's right by the racetrack, still very usable. It's not until you get out to that white-green striped area that they're trying to avoid people using. And that's why they put that new type of curbing there. Who else in the chat? Sandy Hubbard is here wishing Stephanie luck. Same with Tim Adelson. Also also cheering on Stephanie. It's just me today, Tim. Greg is doing another race this weekend. Lefty will be with me for the weekend coverage on Saturday, Sunday. So Gregg's racing, I believe, at some point this weekend. So that's why you've got me today solo. Well, we're always solo on Fridays, and then it'll be Lefty with me for the rest of the weekend. Gig Harbor, Washington is where Tim is at. Very cool. Sammy in the chat. Sammy McSpeed. So this afternoon's going to be a great time. Brian Straczynski in the chat. Perfect weather. Sun starting to peek through. Overcast this morning. We've got some splotchy clouds now with some hazy blue sunny skies. Absolutely perfect weather here at Road America. And should be decent weather tomorrow. Sunday, I think we're going to get some precipitation. So we'll see how that works out. But right now, no rain to worry about. Just clear track, hopefully. Good qualifying times for everybody today. 3 minutes to go here. I'm going to do another quick call to grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype and Prototype 2. FE2, P and P2 to the grid for qualifying. Your qualifying is up next. All right, we're going to run out of time here on this session very, very quickly. 2.5 minutes to go. So anybody who is on a lap right now will probably get one more. So the total number of laps for this session is probably going to be in the 7-lap range. And Rob Pekarchik's trying to catch up. He's still 0.7 of a second back from Josh Schmidt, who has got this thing figured out. Schmidt pitted last lap, so he's done for this session. He'll have another opportunity to qualify tomorrow. Tomorrow's qualifying session will be a little earlier in the day, so the temperatures will be a little bit less, or lower, probably. Stephanie Anderson has moved up to 5th place on the timing board right now, right behind Gail Corley. So right now, Schmidt, Pekarchik, Black, Corley, and Anderson, your top 5. Drafting through the kink, that is absolutely the fast way here through this part of the racetrack. 3 really long sections of this racetrack. Yes, there's corners through the kink and everything, but this is essentially a straight for most cars. Coming out of turn 8, coming out of turn 9 and heading down here from the carousel all the way up to Canada Corner. That's one of the 3 long sections of this racetrack. Then, of course, this is turn 14, heading on to the next longest section here. That big push up the hill. Here comes this lead group of cars across the line. Stephanie Anderson comes across with a 155.036. Still Josh Schmidt, Rob Pekarchik, Stuart Black, Gail Corley, Stephanie Anderson, your top 5 right now. And there is Stuart Black heading to the paddock for ending his day. You can see that that green right there is the Flagtronics unit in the car. That basically sends information from race control and from the corners to the drivers to let them know what's going on the racetrack. It'll change to yellow if there's a yellow flag condition. It can also display a black flag. Also sends information if the car is in a wreck. It sends some data to race control that helps them understand a little bit more about the incident, can relay some of that information to the safety crews who are responding to the scene. Very, very important safety piece of equipment here. And I'm guessing that is Black. He's going to go behind the wall here. He could go back out. Nope, going behind the wall, just as I guessed, after being in the pits for 119 seconds. And he will have the choice to go to be weighed. It looks like he's not going to get weighed this time. But a short stop and impound before they let them back to the end of the race. So checkered flag is in the air. So anybody who's on a hot lap right now it will get a chance to complete that hot lap. So the times are good now. The one good thing with the start-finish line there around turn 13 is that they can complete this hot lap and get off the racetrack. That also helps us get speedily on to the next race group as well. So that helps keep the program going here. It's got a lot of stuff we're trying to squeeze in this weekend. Super cool in the chat. Talking about the runoffs and the Supercross. Is there any reason why they don't put them in the center of the country? Well, Road America is kind of the center of the country. Yeah, center of participation versus center of country. Interesting thought. I'll have to ponder that for a moment. All right, let's go through our timing, our times right now. I'll see if anybody pops up with a faster time, but at the moment, our top 5, Josh Schmidt, Rob Pekarchuk, Stuart Black, Gail Corley, Stephanie Anderson. Then 6 through 10, we've got John Allen, Thomas Pendergrass, Richard Holmstrom, Joseph Gersh, and Caleb Petrie. And then 11, 12, and 13, Austin Boynton, Michael Saltenberger, and Thomas Bartz. That's how they stand right now. Provisionally, of course, they'll take tomorrow's qualifying times into account as well, and we'll be here for that as well. That's going to do it here. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got our next session. We'll do a call to grid, and then we'll see you in a few minutes. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for qualifying. Group 2, prototypes, Prototype 2, FE2, Group 2 to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
we are back here at Road America for the June Sprints. Let's see here, 70 consecutive years of racing. I think that was a while back. I'll have to double check. Anyway, we're here for the June Sprints. I'm Brian Bielanski, and we've got our prototype and our winged group in here. This is FE2 cars in here as well. So there will be a second group of winged cars this weekend as well. So Formula Atlantics and Continentals are going to get their own race. They qualify in group and race in Group 7 this weekend. So this is our FE2 cars, Formula Enterprises. It is a spec class of cars. That will make it easier for me to talk about when the time comes. So I can know which of the Formula cars are out there. Sometimes they're all combined and they're hard to pick out one class to the other. Won't be a problem with this one. It's just FE2. Ben Tyler is in the chat. Hey, Ben, how you doing? A very interesting chat discussion about where to put the runoffs. The age-old discussion as to where to put the runoffs. I can tell you, been part of this club now since the middle 1980s, that you could put the runoffs exactly 5 minutes from every racer's home, and there'd still be a reason why someone would complain about it. So it is one of those things where there are no perfect places to put it, and you cannot make everyone happy. So I, for one, am happy, though, that they're going to be at Road America this weekend because, of course, that's my home track. I grew up not far from here, a couple hours south, and I love coming back to Wisconsin for racing at Road America, and I love coming home for this stuff. So here's our group of prototypes. As you can tell, they get to this start-finish, this timing loop a lot faster than the B-Spec cars. We have gone from our slowest race cars here this weekend to our fastest race cars here this weekend. That is the case with these prototypes. They are our quickest group of cars, and they will get more laps in. I think it was 7-8 laps for the B-Spec cars. They're going to get probably 13-14 here with the prototype. So now they're on their first full flying lap as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. We had one car up front that was kind of puffing smoke, and it seems like that may have dissipated. I think it is that car right there, the front car, I believe now. So maybe it just had a little oil on a header or something, but whatever the case may be, I don't see the smoker out there anymore. Bart Wolf putting down purple laps. Of course, it's the first lap, so the first lap should probably have a bunch of purple times on it, purple sectors. Bart Wolf probably, and Jason Miller, probably have a pretty good handle on this place. Bart is from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the home of Road America. And the Jason Miller, he is from Plymouth, Wisconsin, which is kind of the home. Also, it's kind of like right in the middle of all of that. But the smoker was number 8, according to Salvatore Baisley. Number 8 would have been, or is... there is number 8. I don't have a number 8. Maybe number 9 or number 6. Anyway, it's a 2-stroke car warming up. That makes a lot of sense, Salvatore. I believe that's probably the number 9 car of Greg Case is what I'm guessing the ones you're talking about. So, yep, there you go. Good call there. I appreciate it. All right, now the first lap in the books. Now, if you remember, the fast laps for the B-Spec cars were 2:53, 2:52 or so. Fast lap for Bart Wolf, a 2:02.835. So, first lap, a full 50 seconds faster than your B-Spec cars. So that is what I was talking about. These are our fastest cars here this weekend. Formula Atlantics could also be right up there, depending if you've got a good Formula Atlantic in the field. Back in the day, that was also one of our fastest race classes as well. And then don't forget those GT cars. So. Taking a look at the first laps being completed now by our Formula Enterprises cars. Your fast car early out of Naperville, Illinois, Gian Buffamonte. Then you've got Eric Wisniewski and Brian Lindstrom. Eric Wisniewski is in the FE2 car. Then Steve Whitston. He lives now in Georgetown, Texas, but he's a Wisconsin boy to start with. The Whitston family, all from this area as well. So that's how it plays now out in FE2. Then you got Dean Opperman and Caleb Schrader and Daryl Willis. So that's your top 6 in class there in FE2. Still pretty early on in here. Grandine, GT1 might get to those times. That is true. I don't know how many GT1 cars we have here this weekend, but a good GT1 car with a good driver, yes, could come close to that as well, especially with these long straightaways here where the GT cars get a chance to really spread their legs out. Had a short waving yellow flag there. That's probably somebody who got a little off here in the on the exit of 5, a very popular place to put a couple wheels off there. Look, someone's asking for the schedule. I think the schedule is pinned to the top of the notes here, but let me verify here while we're doing that. Good time, folks. Ask me questions in the chat if you want to talk about some stuff. Happy to jump in and see if I can answer anything for you here. If I'm looking in the chat. Yes, the schedule is in the show notes. So scroll on down there and take a look at the show notes here. And that has today's schedule for everyone there. Super cool. Yes, find a way to get here before you hang it up. First of all, let's just talk about hanging it up. Get out here. Race Road America. Come out here for any of the races. It doesn't have to be the June Sprints, although it's a pretty cool race if you want to come out for that one as well. But yeah, it is just, I've got some laps in around here. Again, I grew up in this area, and it is a fantastic racetrack. Going back and looking at the times now. Oh, we got one car off in turn 1. We don't have a camera shot of it. I'm looking to see, yep, I see a waving flag here. So that definitely, oh, and there is some dust. Let's see if the car continues out of there. Oh, there's some slower cars there. Can't tell. Are they still waving in? Ooh, does that? Okay, so they're still waving a flag. That means there's still a car down there. Part of the problem is it's hard to see from that flag station there. You have to rely on flag station number 2, and I'm not sure what they can see from over there as well. Once they get off, it's a long ways from that flag station to where the wall is out there, which is good news. That's the wall that AJ Foyt got to many years ago, caused multiple foot and leg injuries. He limps today because of that crash there in turn 1 at Road America. So, but they've really beefed up and made it more difficult to get to that wall. So. That's good news as well. Eric Yeagle's in the chat. I don't know if I remember seeing his name on the list in B-Spec, but hi to Eric. Thank you for being here. Deezy is from Appleton. I haven't looked real closely at the Spec Racer Ford rundown, but I know that there are some former national champions here, some good names in that race. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see, Carl T. Did someone go up and over the fence at turn 1? I don't remember anybody going over, but that wouldn't surprise me. Bart Wolf, still your fast car now, a 2:02.516, his fast lap. That was his lap on the 3rd lap. Now there's a debris flag at turn 1. That's good news that they've downgraded from. And I thought I might have seen a car go through turn 3 without a front nose. and that could explain what that debris flag is for. It was one of our FE2 cars. Couldn't tell for certain. Didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure, but that would certainly track for a debris flag there. All right, your new number 2 car on the rundown in prototypes is Todd Vanacore with a 203.2, still 7/10 slower than Bart Wolf. So he's got to get some work done if he wants to take the provisional pole here. Lee Alexander, Perry Richardson, Lawrence Loshak, that's your top 5 in prototypes. Looking on to FE2 right now. FE2 is Gian Bufamonte, followed by Eric Wisniewski, Steve Whitston, Daryl Willis, Dean Opperman. Then your 6 through 10, Caleb Schrader, Robert Edmondson, Paul Marino, John Witherspoon, and Derek Chan. That's how they line up right now in FE2 with about 3 minutes to go here. Let's do this. I'm going to do a call to grid, then we're going to take our break, and then we'll come back and do some more qualifying here. Stay with us, everybody. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3, E production, F production, H production. All of our production cars head to the grid for your qualifying session. E, F, and H production to the grid. We'll be right back. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Road America, the National Park of Speed. Here's a shot of the kink as our prototype cars come flying through there. I'm gonna guess that they're probably hitting the kink at this part, maybe in the 150 range, 150 miles per hour at that point. It is an absolute character builder in a fast race car to decide how to do that corner. So hi to all of the associate producers in the chat. Thank you, Carl T, for setting this one up for me. The breakfast eggers at Road America are absolutely fantastic. Had a brat egger this morning. Thinking about brats for breakfast? Don't worry about it, folks. I didn't know until I got to Germany that bratwurst, here's your fun fact trivia for the day, bratwurst is actually a breakfast sausage in Germany. They don't eat it for dinner. They eat it for breakfast. And bratwurst was made by a drunk butcher who came in after a... Oh, we got a car that's going to stop here right at the entrance of the pit lane. But good news is he's above the access road, so he could literally back off the racetrack right there. They'll be able to go and snag him there. But back to my bratwurst story, much more interesting. Bratwurst was first made in Germany by a drunk butcher who came in after a hard night of drinking steins of lager and made a mistake with the sausage and decided it was good for breakfast. And that's how bratwurst was invented. So over there at the breakfast sausage, Carl Denzi, North American Steps, some of the best track food in the country, no question. The Gearbox is the name of the place here. So if you're around and you're at the racetrack, because of course our feed is being broadcast here at the racetrack live on the PA system, I'm guessing everybody here knows where to go to get the good food. But if for some reason you're here for the first time, and if for some reason you've never had a brat egger for breakfast, that should be on your bucket list of things to do this weekend. So, and then, of course, you're going to have brats twice. So you can do that for a double brat for lunch. So 7 minutes, 35 seconds to go here. Let's take a look at our fast cars in this qualifying session. Caleb Schrader is the fast car in FE2 right now. He's put down a lap of 2:13.7. Right behind him, a 2:13.8, 0.118 second difference is Gian Bustamante. Then you've got Eric Wisniewski and Steve Whitston, your top four. Darrell Willis is your top five. Now let's take a look at your prototype top five. If I can get my machine to update. Here we go. Bart Wolf, your fast car with a 202.5. Todd Vanacore, 0.7 of a second faster. 0.7 of a second slower in his Elon DPO2. Then you've got Lee Alexander, another 2 seconds back, so a big gap between first and second place and third place as far as the timing here. So it is a big gap here between first and third place here. Perry Richardson in fourth, then Lawrence Loshak and John Green now in sixth. So that's how they're playing out here with 6.5 minutes to go. I'm going to do another quick call to grid here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We have Group 3 cars should be heading to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 3, E, F, and H production, all of our production cars. In Group 3, you should be at the grid for qualifying. Our chat has been taken over by people talking about food. I love it. I love it. That's my second favorite thing in this world. All right. Of course, I should say third. Family should be first, right? Don't want to get in trouble with the wife at home. Yeah, racing, family, food. It's about as good as it gets, folks. 5.5 minutes to go here at Road America. We see our prototypes heading through turn 5. You can see the sun has come out. It is an absolute perfect day. Temperature right now here at Road America. Let me pull it up. Supposed to get into the 70s today. Right now, 71 degrees, about as good as you will ever get in Wisconsin for racing. 71 degrees, sunny skies. You could see just a little bit of a breeze there in the trees. It's a perfect shot for that. Thank you, Jordan, for getting setting me up for the tree wind shot. This is actually a class here, one of our classes. Oh, we got a waving flag here at turn 14. Oh, that's for the car there on pit lane. Yeah, this should be an easy one to pull them right in that little slot right there, get them off the racetrack. Or it might even be easier just to hook them up and pull them up the hill too. So we'll see what they choose to do. All right. Brats for breakfast is diabolical. Lucas, until you've tried it, I don't know if you're meaning diabolical in a good way or diabolical in a bad way, because I can see that going both ways. I'm going to go with diabolical in a good way. It is just so good. Erwin is in the chat. Good food makes family life better. I second that motion. 4 minutes, 9 seconds to go here. We've got 8 qualifying sessions this afternoon. Then we're going to come back And we'll do a couple of qualifying 1 sessions tomorrow morning before we do a whole second round of qualifying tomorrow. And then we'll have 3 races tomorrow afternoon. Looking at our leaderboard, not much changed here. Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, Lee Alexander, Perry Richardson, Lawrence Loshak, your top 5 on the prototype side. Now we dip down and take a look at our FE2 cars. Eric Wisniewski has now taken the point with a lap at 2:13.328. And then less than a tenth of a second back is Gian Buffmonte. And you've got Caleb Schrader, then followed by Steve Whitston and Darrell Willis. That's your top 5 in FE2 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go here. Look at all the different ways people send me notes. See if there's any tidbits and doodads. If you were here for the B-Spec, Chris Taylor was supposed to be in that race. He blew up a motor. He had a rapid unintended disassembly of a motor in practice. So that's why he did not make it out. Maybe Alan Iverson did get it right. Why would you practice? Because you could blow up a motor in practice and miss qualifying. Had a motor problem in practice. Going to try to swap it out and be ready for qualifying tomorrow. 2:34 left in the session. Prototype's pretty much holding station here. Not a lot of moves in the top 5. Not a lot of movement in the top 10 either. Pretty much the same cast of characters that we've had from the start of, maybe after 2 or 3 laps in, nothing's changed much. We're now on lap 9 for a lot of these cars. Your top 3 cars, they have left the track, not left the facility. They're no longer on the racetrack. They've decided that they're as good as they're going to get today. And there you can see that car up in the air. I'm wondering if that car was losing oil, and that's why they chose to lift it and not pull it. That's my guess. Anyway, top 3 cars in this qualifying session already done for the day. They've pulled in. That's Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, and Lee Alexander. They're feeling pretty confident about their times. Also, they get another chance to qualify tomorrow. So even if there is a bit of a change, they'll have another bite at the apple tomorrow. Your top 10 right now in prototypes: Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, Lee Alexander, Perry Richardson, Lawrence Loshak, then John Godin, followed by Fritz Seidel, Greg Case, Tyler Thielman, and Brian Lindstrom. Looking at it looks like the top 10, except for 3 cars, all from Wisconsin or Illinois. You got the 3 outliers there, the non-home cooking guys. Todd Vanacore's from Ormond Beach, Florida. Lee Alexander's from Springfield, Tennessee. And Perry Richardson from Los Gatos, California, making the long trip out here to Road America. Ormond, not Ormond. I've been corrected by my producer, who is spent a lot of time down in that area. Ormond Beach, like Osmond Beach. Very nice. 28 seconds to go in this session. Still got a lot of qualifying left to go today, so don't go anywhere with us, folks. Coasters, Cars, and Kids. That must be a fun family to be part of. Has to mean in a good way. I'm guessing we're back to talking about whether bratwursts are diabolically good for breakfast or diabolically bad. All right, checkered flag is about to fly. I'm taking a look at our start stand. I think they're waiting just for the next car. And then it'll be out here soon. Oh, they might wave it. Oh, they probably wave it at both. Suggesting that maybe just the checkered flag. I'm going to guess that they wave it first at the timing line, and then eventually they'll wave it at the front turn 1 as well, or start-finish line as well. So, Kelly Gundler, thank you for the broadcast this week, and our pleasure, Kelly. We love doing it, and we're happy that you're here watching it. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. We would really appreciate the likes and the subscriptions, because if you subscribe, you'll get to know there's the checkered flag right there in the air. If you like and subscribe, we get the fun stuff that the algorithm gives us, but also If you subscribe, you'll get a little alerts that tell you when we're up broadcasting. This is our second to last Super Tour of the year. We'll get the schedule up in the next session probably and show you that. Let's go through our top 10 real quick in each class. Prototypes, Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, Lee Alexander, Perry Richardson, and Lawrence Loshak. That is your top 5. Then you've got John Goat, Fritz Seidel, Greg Case, Tyler Thielman, Brad Lindstrand. That is your top 10 in prototypes. Now let's move on to FE2 and your top 5. Eric Wisniewski, Gene Buffamante, Caleb Schrader, Steve Winston, Darrell Willis. 6 through 10 is Dean Opperman, Todd Burt, Paul Marino, Robert Edmondson, and John Witherspoon. That's how they line up provisionally here after qualifying 1. We will be back in just a few minutes with more qualifying here as they call the grid before we take a short break. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. E, F, and H production. Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. E production, F production, and H production to the grid. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here live at Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is the F production, E production, and H. I almost said G production. We haven't had G production in like 3 decades. E, F, and H production cars here, all in their own race group here. All in the same race group here by themselves. They don't get this very often. That's part of the nice part of this different schedule this race weekend. Even though the cars only have one race this weekend, they do have. They're able to get some interesting race group combinations. Production cars are often in the group with B-Spec and sometimes some other cars as well. But this weekend, all by themselves, and I'm sure they are absolutely excited and stoked about that. And let me pull up. You can see how many cars we've got out here. Are 27 production cars this weekend. I love this production class because you've got everything from Porsches to Honda Civics, Fiat X19 going old school, Acuras. We had a Turner 1500 out here, an MG Midget. Let's see what else is here. Got a Fiat 131, a couple of old school Honda CRXs. I was muted, so you didn't hear any of that, did you? Anyways, sorry about that, folks. I coughed, and I thought I had turned off the cough button, and apparently I did not. Here we go. I was saying that our timing line for qualifying is in turn 13, so that allows cars to get off the track right after the checkered flag and not have to put another lap in because there's such long laps here. That only works if people actually pay attention to that, which we learned last session. We had several cars run the checkered and run an extra lap. And I believe the penalty for that is losing your fast race lap. So you don't want to do that, people. Make sure that when you check that checkered flag in turn 14, you actually come onto the pit lane. So Mazdas, old German cars, Nitro Express talking about that. Bunch of those, and also some other cars sprinkled in as well. I want to check out the Turner 1500. I want to see that car this weekend. Always some very interesting cars. You got your standbys. You've got your BMWs. You've got your Mazda Miatas. They're pretty much staples in these production classes. But then you have a couple of outliers always, and that's always pretty cool to see. I think we've got, let me see. Got one of the minis out here, which I believe is an H production mini that's actually running in, I'm sorry, B-Spec mini running in H production. Won't be fast in the H production unless it's actually built to H production specs. Then it's got then that can be a pretty good platform. A couple Fiat X19, so some good stuff going on here. Waiting for our cars to get their first hot lap in the books here. They're on that lap right now. So when they start to come past turn 13, we'll start getting our first laps in here. And right up front early is going to be John Brackey in the BMW Z3. That's at a 2:30.9. That's the fast lap right now. I believe there is your Turner 1500 in that light blue car coming right through there. Tim Schreier is in second in his BMW. Then you've got, guess what, another BMW in third. Tim Anastopoulos is your third place car. When his name came up, it went yellow and I couldn't read it for a second. Matthew Novak is in fourth. That's your first Miata, followed by Ken Kennard It says here he is in a Miata, but usually he is in an Acura Integra, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Mark Webber, he is in an E-Production. He is an SCCA Hall of Famer. He is in the number 25 Mazda Miata, the red car. He is out here often. And you've got Chris Bovis, James Samaras, Jim Dentisi from this area, King Motorsports, a Honda car builder for many, many years. He's in an Acura Integra this weekend. He's in a place called from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. If anybody's from the area, they'll remember when I say Oconomowoc. That was from an old TV commercial back in the day. Showing my age now. 18 minutes to go in this session. Jan Echterman, I believe, from Germany. I'm going to go with Jan. If it's Jan, I apologize. Hopefully I got it right. Welcome to the chat, Jan. Got a lot of people from the other side of the Atlantic watching us this weekend, chiming in on the chat. Great to see everybody. Probably get about 9 laps in. Oh, we've got 2 Germans speaking German in the chat. Guten Abend. I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'm guessing that says good day or good evening. Push in Farts 101 is going to be here tomorrow. That is the screen name of the day. I love it. Oh my gosh. Yes, you got me to say it. I'm saying it once. I'm not saying it again. Welcome to the chat. 16 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Yes, good evening. It is 9 p.m. in Germany. John Brackey, Tom Shire, Tim Anastopoulos, your top 3 still after 2 laps. Improving their times a little bit from the last lap. John Bracken goes purple again with a 228.4. 2-second gap back to the second fastest car, Tim Schreier out of Dubuque, Iowa. Wow, we've got R. Dutraub from Brazil with us. So we've got people from South America, people from Europe. There's some people from America in the chat too. Good stuff. Good stuff. 16 minutes still to go in this session. Let's see our H production fast car right now. Steve Sarge is in his Triumph Spitfire. Chris Bovis pops up to 4th on the list here, and his fastest of the F production cars. David Bednar is the 2nd place F production car right now. Bovis in a Honda CRX. And Mazda Miata of David Bednar is the 2nd place in E-Production. David Stripmatter, you're going to have to make, see, when you get old, folks, you got to make the letters bigger on your screen here. There we go. It does say Stripmatter. David Stripmatter, your 3rd fastest car in F Production, then followed by Ken Kennard. Absolutely perfect day for racing here. 70 degrees-ish, 71 right now, I believe, here at Road America. Sun's out, little hazy clouds. I understand we're getting some of the haze also from the fires in Canada. That's also part of our weather system at the moment. Not terribly humid here at the racetrack today. I've been here where it was a heck of a lot worse. Let's see, looking at H production. Steve Sarges, Matt Brannon, Greg Gopper, your top 3 in A production at the moment. Now, one name I don't see out here who has been typically here for this race is Jesse Prather, multiple national champion. He runs an H production Mazda. He is not here this weekend, it looks like. A lot of drivers are using this race as a warm-up for the runoffs here in late September, early October. There's 2 bites at that apple, so you can choose to come to this race, or there's another race late July or August, the Cat Nationals. Of course, that is named after Brian Redman's cat, which is, if you believe the folklore, Brian Redman's cat is buried out in the carousel. You want to know whether Brian Redman's cat is really buried out in the carousel? You should check out the Inside the SCCA podcast we did with Mr. Brian Redman. We talk about that a little bit. He may or may not spill the beans on the cat, but I tried, and we'll see. You can find out whether or not he talks. What's the basis for production classes? Well, Kurt, that's a fine question. These are in many cases, there's kind of 2 versions of the production class. You've got your older cars, your Triumph Spitfires, your MG Midgets. That for decades was the basis of the production classes. They were built to a pretty significant spec from actual production cars. A lot of suspension geometry changes, a lot of internal motor work, and that is still the case. Then as those cars started to kind of phase out because there just weren't that many cars left, they introduced some of the cars that used to be in the improved touring classes. That would be your Mazdas, your Hondas, and BMWs, and kind of breathed new light into the production classes, opened up those cars for a lot more modification. These cars are on some version of a either radial or bias ply slick tire. That's also different from other production classes. So these are kind of the bridge between like a touring car and a full-on GT car. It's kind of that in-between point between those 2 classes. So a little less expensive sometimes than the GT cars, and then of course you can spend a lot of money in any class. But that's kind of what you're looking at here. So a lot more open modifications in this particular group of classes than our touring and our super touring classes, which are much more defined and limited as what they can do here. So hope that kind of gives you an idea of what the situation is. And of course, from class to class, E to F to H production, those are very much a weight the horsepower kind of thing, is what makes you decide whether you end up in E, F, or H production. So you can also, Tim Adelson jumps in with, check out the SCCA GCR. You can actually download the SCCA rules from the SCCA.com website. If you're a car geek and like to kind of look at that kind of stuff, it's 700 pages of the best reading that you wish you probably never did. There's a lot of cool stuff in there, and it gives you all the information right down to the bitter details. And it's a fun little reference book. I actually keep it on my desktop here, so when people ask me questions just like that, if I have to pull up a question about a particular car or a particular class, I can whip it up there real fast here. All right, 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go here. Let's take our break. Let me do a call to grid, and when we come back, we've got some more qualifying for you. Stay with us, everyone. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. That would be Spec Miata. Spec Miata cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at Road America, John Brackey in that BMW Z3. He is hauling the mail, folks. His fast lap, a 2:28.4, a full 2.6 seconds faster than the second place car in E-Production. That is Tim Schreier in the BMW 325i. Tim Anastopoulos is your third fast car in E-Production. He is in a BMW 325i. Then you've got to go to Chris Bovis, who is your leader in F-Production in his Honda CRX, followed by David Bednars and David Stripmatter. That's your top three in F-Production. Looking at H-Production right now, Steve Sargis, your fast car there, his Triumph Spitfire, has turned a lap of 2:38.385. Your second fastest car in H-Production is Matt Brannon, followed by Greg Gopper. That's how they stand right now with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go here. Sargis had a fast 38.0 in practice. Good to see him backing it up with another 38. That's from FVGNGN. Not quite sure who that is, but anyway, thank you for that little bit of data. Thank you to the associate producers in the chat for feeding me info, asking questions. Happy to answer them. There is also, I was hearing about that, so there's actually 3 bites at the apple to come and test for the runoffs. There's a regional race here in August as well, so 3 chances to come and get some laps in around here. I'd forgotten about that one. That may actually be the best race to come and do some testing because it might be a little less cars on the racetrack and get some real work done to put that car together. So the other difference, though, is the weather in August could be really hot and really sticky here, so it will probably not have the same track conditions in August that you would have in October. The weather we have today is actually probably really close to what we'll have in October, which is making this weekend fantastic for that type of work on car setups. So August could be very, very hot and very, very sticky here. So, of course, humidity and temperature, can be one of the race car's worst enemies. 5 to go here. Everyone's pretty much holding their races. John Brackey, he's holding so much that he hasn't been on the racetrack for half this session. He laid down that 2:28.4 and decided that he did not need to do any more laps in this session. Another qualifying for this group tomorrow morning. And their qualifying session tomorrow will go off at, looking at this here, stand by, scrolling down. This group will go down at 10:25, and then after that is they will race. The last race of the day tomorrow. It will be their race this weekend. So E and F and H production cars will race at 4:50 tomorrow afternoon. So that is how that's going to go. Now I'm going to have to pull up some numbers here because I'm about to give some chastising to my friends here watching from home. Let's see what the numbers are here. But I have been told by a little bird that we got a lot of people watching who haven't hit the like button. So it's time for me to do that, lay on that guilt, that Catholic guilt I grew up with. And right now there are 277 people watching, and only 70 have hit the like button. What's your problem, people? That means that 200 people at least have not hit the like button. Do it, please. Anyway, like and subscribe. Lots of good stuff here. Get all the action this weekend. Of course, we'll be back at the end of June for our final Super Tour of the year from Watkins Glen, up in the beautiful Finger Lakes region. I don't think that it is as nice as I'm gonna rile some folks up now. I'm not quite sure that the Finger Lakes region and Watkins Glen is as nice as Road America, but if I'd have to guess a second nicest area to go racing, the Finger Lakes, not a bad choice, folks. And of course, up there, you've got wine country. Here you got beer, cheese, and brats. Up in the Finger Lakes, you've got New York wine country, so if that's your shtick, a good time up there for checking all of that out as well. But yeah, go up and join us for that weekend in person or here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Let me do another call to grid here. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec Miatas, get yourselves to the grid for qualifying. Spec Miata is up next. Get to the grid. All right, we are now 2 minutes to go here. When does Alan Kossoff race? Do you know Teddy Kossoff? Do you know what class he's in? And I can answer that question. I'd be happy to do that. Robert Hansen says, okay. I hope that means okay. He's hit the like button. Looking at our time. That's awesome. 93 likes. That means 25 of you actually followed directions well. You played well in the sandbox. Thank you very much. John Brackey, Tim Schreier, Tim Anastopoulos. Tim Anastopoulos is here. They're the top 3 in FE production. Tim Anastopoulos, the only one still on the racetrack, trying to squeeze a little bit out of that BMW. As far as those top 3, Chris Bovis, your leader in F production, he's also pulled in. He's done for the afternoon. David Bednars, though, he's trying to catch Bovis. He's got a long ways to go. 3-second gap between first and second place right now, provisionally, in F production. So that's how it stands right now here with just about 45 seconds left to go in this session. Of course, like I said, this will be our last race of the day tomorrow. So these first 3 race groups that we've had on the racetrack now, they will race tomorrow. Everyone else, their race will be on Sunday. So Teddy Kossoff, let me know what class Alan is in, and I will be happy to let you know when they're going to be out there. Because I don't have an ability to search the entire group at this moment, but I'll see what I can do during the break here. 15 seconds to go here. Get to the end of our 3rd qualifying session. Look at the sun out. Love it. Must have had a lot of rain. Everything nice and lush and green here at Road America. We don't get that luxury on the West Coast. Ours is usually varying colors, varying versions of tan. All right, checkered flag is in the air. Hopefully everybody will heed that checkered flag and head to pit lane here. Don't want anybody getting penalized. Give everybody a second here. We'll get the final laps across this timing line here before I go and give you a little bit of a rundown here of how our 3 classes will provisionally qualify again. They'll get one more chance to qualify tomorrow morning before they race tomorrow afternoon. That looks... A lot of our cars look like they've already decided to end their day early here, so let's go through Again, these are all provisional, and we're going to have a qualifying tomorrow as well. So it will. This could all change with after tomorrow's qualifying. But right now, John Braque, Tim Schreier, Tim Anastopoulos, Matthew Novak, Mark Webber. That is your top 5 in E production. Looking at F production, you've got Chris Bovis, David Bednars, David Strittmatter, Jim Dentisi, and Ken Kennard, your top 5 in F production. And then looking at H production, you've got 4 cars running in that class this weekend. Steve Sargis, Matt Brannon, Greg Gopper, and Braden Connolly, your top 4 in H production. That's going to do it here for this race group. We're going to do a call to grid, and then we'll take a break before we get back. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Miatas to the grid. Group 4, Spec Miatas to the grid for qualifying. Spec Miatas to the grid.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Back here live at Road America, Spec Miata qualifying underway, but look at what's going on pit lane, folks. You've got a bunch of cars who are out there waiting to go out, but they've decided to pull over. They're looking for gaps. They're looking for gaps for a little bit of racing room, but they're also making sure that they get to go out with the dance partner that they came with. It's like going to prom, folks. You find the one you want to go with, you court them, you ask them out on a date, and then you come to the racetrack and you work together because you got to qualify in pairs, because that helps you go faster, and that's how you get this working here. So now these are the sad people who didn't get to go to prom with anybody. They're sitting on the side waiting for someone to ask them to dance. I'm not sure that that's exactly the case here, but I do know that that's what's going on in pit lane. There are people there waiting to get a good gap so that they can go out and find some fresh air, some fresh racetrack to race on, and they're also trying to pop in and find their dance partner so that they can go out together. So they might not have got to grid at the right time, and grid is set up in a way where they were gridded in the order they were practice timed in. So if your practice time wasn't close to your dance partner, well, that's how you fix that problem. You stop on pit lane, you find your dance partner, and then you get going. Fascinating little way of doing things. We don't see this kind of stuff very often here in club racing, but we're seeing it here in the June sprints. People really trying to get out there and figure out how to go fast here. They figure it out this weekend. That will help them when they're here in September and October trying to win an SCCA National Championship. Boy from New York is in the chat. Hello there. Welcome. He is one of our regulars over and over and over again with us. We appreciate you being here. Camille Hancock Friesen, War here, full force, go team. War would be Wheels America Racing. So they are out here strong, both in Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. So very cool to have the War fan club here. Now you've got another group of those cars. They've decided to come out together, all those Wheels America cars together. Then you've got other groups of cars from all the different race teams teaming up to go out trying to put down their fast laps. Here's that first group now coming through the kink. They're going to come down through turn 13, trip the timing light, and start their first lap at speed here at the National Park of Speed, Road America. I'm Brian Bielanski. Thank you to everyone for being here. If you are here and you have not hit the like button, please do so. That like button is so important to helping us get the good algorithm. And we want the algorithm not because we want a lot of hits, but because we want other people to find the SCCA. We want them to come out and join us at the racetrack. Come have fun with cars. Hashtag fun with cars. That's what it's all about, folks. So that is why I keep asking for the likes. So that little golf cart coming up the hill, I'm like, what's that doing on the racetrack? It's a little bit of an anomaly here. That was just a weird camera angle. I'm like, that golf cart doesn't belong here. And I realized it is not on the racetrack. Actually, I was pretty certain it wasn't not on the racetrack. But here we go here, getting our first laps at speed now as they come up the hill. That big pull up the hill. Of course, look at all those cars gapped together. That is how you go fast. Here's Max Stallone's in-car camera. Max always provides us, or most always provides us, with a live stream here. We appreciate that as well. He is now heading down to turn 1 here. Setting up on the outside of turn 1. He will hit the brakes, dip in. You'll see how wide he goes compared to everybody else. Just a little bit wider. That's a very popular line here for the Spec Miatas, also for the Spec MX-5 cars. Not so much for a lot of the other classes, but these Miatas, they like to use as much of that turn 1 area as possible. Coming out of 3 now as they head down under the Sargento Bridge. A long downhill run towards the fastest section of this racetrack. Going down into turn 5. Max Stallone still has that little spot in the front windshield there. It's been there for several races. We need to get him a windshield fix sponsor. But anyway, here he comes. Look at him close that gap to those cars in front of him. Clearly, he's got, oh yes, he has one of the Wheel America's car. That's a teammate behind him. Can we drop the pylon for just a second, Jordan? You will see in that little window behind him, right behind him, that's probably one of the Stretch brothers there pushing him through turn 6 now, down towards turn 7. That's the right-hander. Those two cars working together will continue to make up space. Then they make the short run, I should say, down to turn 7. Turn 7 is a 90-degree left-hander, very important because it leads you onto a short straight, but that sets you up for the carousel. The carousel, if you hit it right, is the fast way to go through the kink. Coming up next, this is your third fastest part of the racetrack here. Actually, it might be your second fastest. I think going down towards the kink is faster than coming up the hill towards turn 1. But here are those cars now back live here on our cameras. And as they come down towards, through the kink for the first time. I lost my timing screen, folks. That's why I paused for a second. Coming down through the entrance of the kink here. And then up through turn 13, we should get our first people crossing the line now, giving us some laps. Jeff Eben, the first across the line, at the 2:49, but I'm pretty certain there'll be some faster cars coming across next. And of course, these early laps usually takes a lap or two for the tires to come in. Jeff Eben's holding that time pretty strong here. Little car going on the inside. I think that car's probably slowing down to hit pit lane. There you go. Max Stallone goes purple on the first lap with a 2:43.1. Right behind him, Logan Stretch, Preston Pardis. Those are guys who are running up front on a regular basis. So there's your early fast lap here. 2:43.165, followed by Logan Stretch, Preston Pardis, Brett Kowalski, and Justin Gravitt. That is your fast 5 here after our first lap of qualifying. Among the drivers on that Wheels America team, Logan Stretch, Max Stallone, Beckett Friesen. I think there might be a couple of others, but yeah, they always bring a strong contingent of cars, both for Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. Now you see all the teams coming together, getting in their little line so that they can have a good drafting partner, or in some cases partners, as they come and pull that big pull up that front stretch. That hill is just, and these are not high horsepower cars, so you want all the help you can get as you climb up the hill to the top of the front straight. Then you head down towards us here. We're sitting just past the start-finish stand. I would say we're probably maybe 30 yards past the start-finish line is where our announcer station is here for the weekend. There they all are, now going into turn 1. They're going to end up here with, I would say, with a 2:43 lap. They'll get about 9 laps in, 10 laps maybe, in this session. Spec Miata cars, all based on a couple of different variations of that Miata. The different versions of the Miata, they have different ways to balance them out. So the older Miata is still somewhat competitive, actually in some cases really competitive with the newer versions of the cars. So that is how they keep all these Miatas working and racing well together. Obviously some have some advantages over the others as they develop that Miata over the years. Then, of course, we have the Spec MX-5 class now, which is even a different spec of the Miatas. So they have their own race group here this weekend. They're the newest national class in the SCCA. Mazda, of course, a big supporter of club racing, one of the only manufacturers who really puts effort into being part of the SCCA. A lot of other manufacturers representative, but the actual Mazda North America support of this class. They have a trailer here this weekend with parts. They have tech side support, so there's some engineering talent here who can help you sort the cars out. And so there's a lot of support here from Mazda. It's why there are so many Spec Miatas and Miatas racing throughout all of the classes, or many of the classes this weekend. Like we said, in the production classes here in Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, also in our Super Touring and Touring classes. You know, so the reason that is because of all of that support from Mazda. Brett Kowalski, still your fast car here. Actually, not still your fast car, jumps to the top of the leaderboard here with a purple lap of 2:43.128 and 0.024 seconds back. Preston Pardis is now your second place car. Max Stallone drops down to third. Logan Stretch drops to fourth. New name in the top 5, Andrew Devoto here from Wilsall, Montana. He is here this weekend for the June Sprints, and he is now in 5th place on the provisional qualifying standings right now. Justin Gravitt and Beckett Friesen, they dropped down to 6th and 7th. Coming up on 13 and a half minutes to go in this race, almost halfway. Vladimir Meskalis is here. Of course, I'm sure he's related in some form or fashion to Vinny, who is one of our regular drivers out here. Got Miss Sales, either Mr. Sales, oh, it's Mr. Sales, I'll say Mrs. Sales Dude. Mr. Sales Dude is here as well. Cal Denzi is here. Why is the Spec Miata field so much smaller this year? Well, that is a fine question. I think part of it probably has to do with the fact that we've only got one race this weekend. I also know that some of them are deciding to come out here for the CAT Nationals, where there's a little less cars so that they can get some more actual testing done and get better data for the runoffs. So lots of factors play into whether or not they come. Also, shouldn't be lost on the fact that with the runoffs here, there's 5 or 6 times to come to Road America every year now, and or over the last 2 years, and maybe they've just decided that this is the race that they're going to skip this time, so they can come to a different race. So lots of different factors play into that, but yes, definitely a little fewer Spec Miatas here this weekend than we have typically seen in June sprints of past. Valdemar Meskalis says, yes, Vinny is racing in the Spec MX-5 class. They'll be out qualifying a little later. Actually, they might qualify next. Hold on a second. Let me take a peek. No, they qualify. Hold on. Where am I at? Friday. Sorry. They qualify tomorrow morning. Yeah. They're the first qualifying tomorrow morning, and they race tomorrow afternoon as well. They race on Sunday. All right, 11 minutes, 42 seconds to go here. Let's do this. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all caught up with what's going on the racetrack. We will do that right after I do a call to the grid. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. That would be Spec Racer 4-3 to the grid for your qualifying session.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Road America. Cars getting a little racy. We've seen several go off the course. Thankfully, they've all been able to keep the foot in it and head right back. Oh, speaking of cars off the course, now that's the furthest I've seen so far at this area. I don't wonder if that car's actually... Oh, no, I thought it was broken maybe, but no, just decided that, oh, wait, there was a pedal in the middle I was supposed to press and I didn't. So they're back here, and that's a character building moment when you go that far off the racetrack at turn 3. Back on course here, now heading down towards the Sargento Bridge, and then under that bridge down towards turn 5. Of course, that will kill your momentum, so that basically ruins most of your lap and then some. Get back on the course. Got to get those tires cleaned off because, of course, you've got grass and dirt and stuff on there, which means they will be very not fun to race on. Taking a look at our leaderboard right now, qualifying at the top right now is Brett Kowalski and his Mazda Miata. He is from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Then you've got Preston Pardis from New Smyrna, Florida. There is a Smyrna, Georgia, nowhere near New Smyrna Beach, Florida. And then you've got Max Stallone from Lakeway, Texas. Arlington, Texas's Logan Stretch is 4th. And then you've got Jason Knutson. He's from Indianapolis. Andrew Devoto is in 6th from Whitsaw, Maryland. And in 7th in the Mazda Miata is Center Smith. Got to go all the way down to 8th place to get the first person from the Midwest here, and that is Sean Varwig. He is out of Lake Zurich, Illinois, just south of the Wisconsin-Illinois border. And many of our classes this week today have been just scattered with Wisconsin-Illinois folks. Not this one. Got to go all the way down to 8th place before we get our first pseudo-local. Four laps in already in the books. A couple cars I already saw go to pit lane. I believe that would be the Kowalski, Preston Pardis cars have gone to pit lane. I think Andrew Devoto is done for today. Center Smith has only put out 2 laps, which makes me think he came out a little bit later. So, and actually I did I see him? No, I did not. I apologize. Thought I saw him click the timing beacon again. 5 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Big thank you to all of the workers out here this weekend. That guy sitting there in the middle of the screen wearing white, he is one of our SCCA volunteers. If you want to come out to the racetrack, best seat in motorsports, right there sitting on a corner. Takes a whole lot more people than just the corner workers, though. We've got our timing and scoring folks, our stewards, our technical inspectors, the registration folks who do a lot of work on race weekend, but a lot of work before race weekend to help us get everything ready. Grid workers, sound control. I always miss somebody, and they come up to me at the party on Saturday. Oh, you didn't mention us, and I always apologize. But I should put a list in front of me so I don't miss anybody. But yeah. Definitely takes a whole force of people out here volunteering their time, taking off time from work, all that other fun stuff. Cannot do it without them. Thank you so much for being here. 4 minutes. Oh, and if you want to get involved, by the way, I forgot the finish line here. If you want to get involved, go to SCCA.com and find your local region and go to a race. Talk to the corner workers. Talk to anybody dressed in white. And they will certainly point you in the right direction. It is a big family out here. We love it. Sometimes it's a slightly dysfunctional family, but no, we all come out here for the cars and we stay for the people. So come on out. SCCA.com is where you find all the information that you need about working corners and all the other programs in the SCCA besides road racing. We do a ton of other stuff, pretty much every form of motorsports except for karting. We don't do much karting, but pretty much all the other stuff you can find here in the SCCA. All right, looking again at the top of our leaderboard, no changes up front right now. Kowalski, Partis, Stallone, Stretch, Knutson, that's your top 5 right now. Coming up on 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. If you haven't liked, hit the like button. Subscribe to the SCCA channel. Let's get all the information as we go. One more call to grid here. We'll get you to the end of the race. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group number 5 to the grid. Group 5 to the grid for your race. That would be Spec Racer Ford 3. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your race. Qualifying. I'm sorry. Spec Racer Ford to your grid to the grid for qualifying. Whew. Get ahead of myself. We still have 2 qualifying sessions to go for a lot of these cars. 3 minutes to go here. Carl T, Irvin, boy from New York, Irwin, boy from New York, Camille. Lots of people in the chat. So yeah, Steve, not a full warm-up lap, but it's a 4-mile lap. So at some race courses, the 3/4 of the lap that you get to warm up here is almost 2 laps on many other racetracks. So not exactly a full lap, but close enough. And they do not get a full cool down lap. They're supposed to get through turn 13 and head right to pit lane. So that's actually good for your pit crew, because you'll get the best tire pressures or tire temperatures and pressures if you measure it as soon as you can. So if they come right off the racetrack hot, that's actually good for your corner or pit crew people. So that is the benefits and the drawbacks to this system that they use to be able to get the schedule compressed and also not use up any extra laps unneededly on this big, long 4-mile racetrack. For 2 minutes to go here, basically 1 race lap if you haven't started yet. And if you have started yet, you're going to get pretty close to being your final race lap here. Decent car costs, but where are the spectators? On Friday, typically, there are lots of people here. You can't always see them here. A couple people in the stands right there you can see out in the distance. As far as a Friday goes, there's always more people here on Friday. It always blows my mind that so many people take off time on Friday to come, considering there's no racing on Friday. But there will be plenty of people here tomorrow, plenty of people here on Sunday if the weather holds out for us. So it's Friday is always a little less because it's qualifying and people have to work. But yeah, lots of local support for this race, and a lot of those people just come out for Saturday and Sunday. So under a minute to go here. Spec Miata is on the track, their first of 2 qualifying sessions of the weekend. They are getting it done right now. Your leaders provisionally, your top cars qualifying, are Brett Kowalski, Preston Partis, Max Stallone. Max Stallone still out there circulating. Kowalski, Partis, they did 4 laps and decided to come in. Stallone still trying to get ever so close. He is off by just 3, let's see, let me try to do math here. 7 1/1000ths of a second short of being on the front row at the moment. Of course, these are all provisional qualifying times. 1 more qualifying tomorrow, and then they will combine the 2 qualifying sessions, and whichever lap is faster from qualifying 1 or qualifying 2, that is what will be the determining factor for the starting order for the race. The race for Spec Miata, let me pull that up so you know when to tune in if you want to watch the race. That will be the third race of the day on Sunday. So that will be, the third session. So race group 4, Spec Miata, will be the first race of the day on Sunday around 9:15 Central Time. That is when these cars will race here this weekend. All right, the checkered flag in the air. Let's go through the top 10 here. Of course, provisionally, there's some qualifying tomorrow that will play into this as well. Your top 10, Brett Kowalski, Preston Partis, they'd be on the front row right now. And you've got the teammates, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch in row 2, Jason Knutson and Beckett Friesen in row 3. Row 4 would be Andrew Duvaldo and Jonathan Davis. Then you've got Tyler Brown and Center Smith. That would be your top 10 here, provisionally, here for Spec Miata. We're going to do one more call to grid, then take a short break. When we come back, we'll have a lot more action. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 5 qualifying next. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for qualifying.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We're back here at Road America. Spec Racer Ford 3, one of our big classes here in the SCCA. Always one of our larger races. This weekend we've got 57 cars entered in this race. Group 3 qualifying here, and it is, Group 5 qualifying here underway. 57 cars. Good. Again, we're at Road America. 4 miles of absolutely beautiful racetrack here. Perfect weight racing conditions here in 70-degree weather. Sunny skies here. A little bit of haze, but other than that, it's just a nice and beautiful day here. About as perfect of racing conditions as you're going to get. Hello to everybody in the chat. Many of the usual suspects. 2 cars, except Brian Straczynski says 2 cars ignoring turn 5 exit sign, going to lose qualifying time. That is absolutely true. So, Tucker, anyone here do autocross? I do autocross, Tucker, when I'm not sitting here in front of a microphone or behind a microphone, chatting into it. 22 minutes left in a 25-minute qualifying session. Carl T, yes, there's apparently some wildfire smoke in haze in the air. But I don't know that that's what this is. This looks like wispy clouds to me. But I'm no expert. I am not a meteorologist, and I don't play one on TV, although I used to be a news producer and watched a lot of weather forecasts. Bobby Sack in this group. He is a former national champion. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, 2 young bucks out of the Hallett Motor Racing Shop. They always work together. They are fast as can be, typically. Caleb Schrader, Jace Petty, some other young, fast racers here in this race group. And then you've got Justin Shoutry, Brian Schofield, another national champion. John Black, national champion in this race. Todd Vanacore, national champion in prototypes in this race. Who else we have here? I'm trying to see if there are any other national champs here. Tyler Fox, not a national champ, but one of the fast young drivers here as well. Mike Vizarandino, multiple national champion here in this race as well. There might be more, but there's plenty. Lots of great drivers in this race. It's going to be a barn burner here as well. Bobby Sack's fan club in the chat here. Amy Jennings says, go Bobby. Who else is there? Bobby Sack. Yes, Tucker. That's who I am talking about. Bobby Sack. Here comes this absolute huge number of cars. More than 60 Spec Racer Fords here, or right around 60 this weekend. Fast Sector 2 put down by Tyler Stevens. I'm sorry, Sector 4 time, purple. A 20.265. So Tyler Stevens on a very good lap here, getting started early. Stevens and Long, they're the teammates. They tend to hook up and work together, especially during qualifying. They have put on a masterclass at several races this year. Particularly what they did at New Orleans was particularly impressive earlier this year. Top speed for Spec Racer Ford, I'm going to say probably in the 125 or 130 range. I haven't driven a Gen 3 Spec Racer Ford. Last time I was in a Spec Racer, it was when it was a Renault motor. And I know it didn't do 140 at that point in time, but I'm guessing, I'm going to say 130, 135 maybe. I'm sure somebody can weigh in our chat here. But yeah, every generation of Spec Racer Ford has gotten a little bit of a performance bump. Now we're on Gen 3. And that is the motor has been bumped up, but they also have the SADIV transmissions in these cars, which is new over the last couple of years, and a big improvement for these cars. And I have standby. Let me pull up. Is that the file I need? That is not the file I'm looking for. Hold on. We'll get some more information for you on that. One more look here. Stand by. Well, I'll have to find it later. Anyway, back here to qualifying action. We're starting to get some times in. Let's see who is at the top of this leaderboard. No surprise, John Black out here from Olympic Valley, California. His fast lap, a 2:29.548. That's our purple time right now. That is the time to beat. Right behind him, two more national champions, Brian Schofield, Bobby Sack. They are showing the way here. Schofield, 3/10 back with a 2:29.8. Oh, I thought that we had a spinner there. That was just a camera lockup. 2:29.8 for Schofield, and then Bobby Sack also with a 2:29.8. That would be 8/1000th of a second separating second and third. So not much there, and not much further back. Jace Petty with a 2:29.918. So he is about 70 hundredths of a second back from Bobby Sack right now. That's just the first lap in. Lots of time left in this session to go, but that's the early leaderboard right here. I don't remember the Toyota Spec Racer ID. I know they did this is for Carl T. I know Toyota was part of the a Toyota prototype class, but I don't believe it was a Spec Racer based class. They had the World Racing Toyotas based cars. I see even some vintage racing now. But yeah, SCCA's fastest class, it's kind of a toss-up. Usually it's prototypes, Tucker. Sometimes it's Formula Atlantic. If we have a good Formula Atlantic car out here with a good driver, the Formula Atlantics can be fast. And also that is that would be, there's a car coming off, got back on, no problems at all. And then also the GT1 cars could also be one of the fast cars of the weekend. So that is what we're talking to. And yes, Jim Hardesty, math's not my big subject, so I apologize. 700ths is the same as 10ths. It was 700ths, not 70 hundredths, but I misspoke. And you're right, 70 hundredths is 7/10. All right. Now to the top of the leaderboard here is Caleb Schrader. He drops a purple time of 2:29.223. That is 22 hundredths of a second faster than Peyton Long. Tyler Stevens now in third place. Bobby Sack drops down to fourth. Caleb Schrader. Now Caleb Schrader, John Black, they're teammates. They work well together most race weekends as well. John Black, who was your pole sitter provisionally, now down to sixth place. So things changing here a lot after lap number 2. I suspect they may change again here on lap number 3. So keep an eye on that. 15.5 minutes to go here. After this, 3 more qualifying sessions today. Then we'll come back to a couple of qualifying sessions tomorrow in qualifying 1. Then we'll have a second round of qualifying for everybody and a couple of races tomorrow afternoon, and then the rest of our racing on Sunday morning. Carl T, I have got, now you have me curious about this Toyota thing. I'm going to have to make some inquiries. That might be a podcast waiting to happen here. So very, very tight racing. Less than 1/10 of a second covers but 1, 2, and 3 on the racetrack. So that is how close this is. Less than 1/10 of a second between first and third place. All of these young Spec Racer 4 drivers really pushing it hard here. Now Tyler Stevens goes purple with a 2:28.525. Tyler Stevens to the top of the leaderboard. Peyton Long moves to second. Brian Schofield moves up to third. Caleb Rothel from West Bend, Wisconsin, he is now in fourth place. Caleb Schrader, just like that, goes from provisional pole back to fifth. Tires are coming into heat form now, so they're right where they want to be. My guess is the next hot laps, they may not go faster than they're going now. Not much to gain here at this point in time. DZ, I would love to have an onboard with these cars too. I would love to see one of these drivers put the onboard in. and I would love to have that. So yes, I agree. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Brian Schofield. That's your top three at this moment. I'm Brian Bielanski with your race call or your qualifying call this morning. Lefty, Larry Lefty McLeod's going to join me tomorrow and Sunday for all of our racing action. So don't miss out on that. Great to have him on board this weekend. If you're looking for Gregg Ginsberg 5G, he's got a race for Washington, D.C. region, I believe, that he'll be working on this weekend. So if you miss him, he'll be back for Watkins. Don't worry about that. Waiting for the fourth race lap to drop here for some of these cars. Qualifying lap, yes. All this side-by-side action does not help cars go fast to qualify. Looks like we got a car slowing down. Looks like there's some damage to the front of that car. Let's see if we can pick that one up when it goes through turn 5 here. Front right quarter on that car looks like it might have some crash damage. See what we see here. It is... no, maybe not. Maybe it just was looked that way. All right. Sometimes it's hard to see the far side of the car. It comes past our cameras here. Here they come now through turn 7. All right, fourth lap has dropped, and as I suspected, now that the cars have gotten all of the heat in the tires, it's often the case, especially on a long track like this, lap 3 is the lap, and that is what has happened here. Although, now that I say that, Tyler Stevens just dropped the purple sector 4, so that's something to keep an eye on. It looks like he's trying to put down, and it could have been that they just kind of eased off for a lap to cool the tires just a tiny bit. So they get one more run here. Oh, we have a double yellow? We do have a double yellow out there. Well, the timing for that is good for us as far as taking a break. I'm not sure where the problem is for the double yellow, but we'll try to figure that out. Let's take a break. I'm going to do a call to grid, and then... oh, it could have been the car that was slowing on the backstretch. That is true, going through the kink. Very smart observation from our producers. We love that. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying action. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 6 cars to the grid. And there we go. My computer is back up. That would be, this is our Touring and GT3U classes. So Touring 2, 3, and 4. GT3U, STU, STL. Group 6 cars to the grid for qualifying.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
All right, we are back here at Road National Park of Speed. We are under full course yellow conditions. Was a bad position. And I'm looking. Yeah, I don't have any official word as to what that is, but we're suspecting there was a car going slow down through the kink right before the full course yellow. And I was looking to see whether or not it was able. It was not going to. It was going towards turn 5, and our Flagtronics has a car at the kink also off, so it might be at the kink. But anyway, they're picking up and cleaning up a car, and that's why we have slowed our action at this point in time. With 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this race, in this qualifying session, another lap under full course yellow, and there's a good chance we're going to get a checkered flag here because they will not be able to get another fast lap in. So there's another qualifying session tomorrow, so they will all get another bite at that apple. Right now, your top 5, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Brian Schofield, Caleb Rothel, and Caleb Schrader. And then you have a Bobby Sackett is the national champion in sixth position. Five minutes and 22 seconds to go here. The good news is if they do have to end the session earlier or we don't get back to green flag qualifying here. Oh, does it look like we're back to action? All right, it looks like we might be back to green flag action even though our timing screens haven't shown the green flag is back. Sometimes they take a little second doesn't take a couple seconds for the timing and scoring screen to update here. But it looks like we're back to green here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That's probably time for probably two good laps here because the timing loop is right here at turn 13, 14 area. So that will give an opportunity for these cars to get this lap and then one more, considering or hoping that we stay green all the way to the finish here. So we got some cars. I'm sure they'll be antsy to lay down a good one here, and we'll see what happens. 2 laps left in this session if we stay green all the way. Of course, you want to be careful because, as we always like to say, cautions lead to caution sometimes. We've got Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long. Again, their 2 cars work together. That blue and silver car going through our screen right now, that is Brian Schofield, your 3rd fastest car in this session. Now we have a black flag all. Yeah, we have a black flag all. There must be some sort of a situation going on, and a slow car on the racetrack down towards turn 1. I think we might have an incident in turn 1 is where we're at with this. So that's going to end this session. And now we have some other rescue vehicles out there. So, all right, waiting to see. So Tucker asks, what's the SCCA's most popular class? I'm going to say it's a toss-up between this class right here, Spec Racer Ford, and the Spec Miata class. So those are the two most highly subscribed classes, and that would be my top two definitely. It depends on which race weekend you're at. You're going to get really high car counts in both of those. Tons of those cars out here. So that is the answer to that question. It's not clear cut, but it's fairly clear cut. And all the other classes would be way behind those two by a strong margin. So. All right, well, now we have another truck going down this way. So, yeah, mobilizing a lot of track trucks to get things cleaned up so we can get back to racing here, or qualifying anyway. So let's go through our qualifying order provisionally. Your top 10 here. In Spec Racer Ford, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Brian Schofield, Caleb Rothel, and Caleb Schrader. That is your top 5. In 6 through 10, you've got Bobby Sack, Gary Glanger, John Black, Justin Chautry, Jace Petty, and Todd Vanacore is in 11th. Now 12th through 15th, Chris Jennerjohn, Simon Gamble, Grant Heinig, Keith Grant is in 15th, and then 16th through 20, Scott Monroe, Jackson Deal, Dan McBreen, Memo Gidley, and Chris Funk. That says Memo Gidley. Is it possible that Memo Gidley from IMSA fame, yeah, could be in this race? That would be fairly interesting. He is kind of legendary. I'd love to find out more about that. We'll check into that and get back to you tomorrow. Let's do a call to grid, take a break. We'll be right back. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. That will be Touring 2, 3, and 4, GT3U and STU, and STL. Group 6 to the grid for qualifying.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here live at Road America, the National Park of Speed for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 6 qualifying. Touring 2, 3, and 4, GT3, U, and STU, STL. That is where we're at right now as we get ready for another qualifying session here. 3 qualifying sessions left to go today. Let me double check that my math is right. No, 3 to go today. And then we will be back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do it again tomorrow. A couple more qualifying sessions tomorrow. And then a whole nother round of qualifying tomorrow before we do 3 races tomorrow afternoon. So I'm Brian Bielanski. I'll be here all of today. And then tomorrow, Larry Lefty McLeod is going to join us. And he'll be with me for the rest of the weekend. Here is Bruce Griffiths in his Corvette. I believe that's the Corvette. I believe that is a car that can cross over into spec Corvette. But let me double check here. Let's see if he is in the Corvette. Looking down the list here. Yes, that is a Corvette Z6. He's out of Trinity, Florida. So he has got one of our in-car cameras here. Under the Speedville Bridge here, going into the carousel. And there it is right there on the racetrack too. Shocking how that works. That is due to the crack directing by Jordan Worth, which is opposed to a director on crack, which he is not. To the best of my knowledge. To the best of my knowledge. Oh, look what look at the can of worms I've opened up here, folks. What? 22 minutes. Haven't even gotten our first race qualifying lap in the books here, and look what I have dropped. That's right. That's right. It's a problem. It's the bratwurst talking. I've got bratwurst on the brain. And that's okay. No, there's worse problems to have. There's the sign there for the Austin Straubel Airport in Green Bay. I used to live about a mile from there when I was working at the television station up there. My roots run deep in this region. Have a great time coming home, seeing friends I haven't seen in a long time, both from the racetrack and also friends who aren't into racing. That's the cool part about getting to do this. Coming down here through the kink for the first time here. Not quite to the timing line yet, so these are basically warm-up laps. From my little perch here, just past the finish line here. Now we're starting to get some of those first laps being put down. Rob Jacobson says he has friends from the Oregon region working turn 8 and turn 9 today. This is one of those destination events for SCCA workers, drivers, everybody. The June sprints. It's been legendary. It's been around for more than 70 years. And if you want to, every year I tried to circle an event on the calendar outside of where I lived to go and have some fun here with the SCCA, and there's so many that you can do. This is one of those signature events. It's been around forever. People want to come and see this, and of course they make a weekend out of it, or make a week out of it. Lots of other things to do this time of year in Wisconsin. I go up to Door County. There's just a ton of fun stuff. So I am not being paid by the local Chamber of Commerce or the Tourism Bureau, but hey, if you want, no, I'm just kidding. No, it's a fun place to come this time of year. Lots to do. There's camping across the street, camping at the racetrack. Go to Wisconsin Dells, which is great for the family. So come on out to the June sprints, make a week of it. Come on out to the runoffs, make a week of it then as well. A little easier in June though, because you've got summer vacations and stuff. So all good. Wisconsin Dells. One of my producer I just had is about 2 hours, I would guess. So you don't want to stay in the Dells and come to Road America. You want to take a couple days extra. So, all right, we should start getting times in. The first one to cross the line, the T2 car of Charlie Peter, 1:25.737. That probably won't hold. My guess is that our GT3 cars, our GT3U cars will best that at some point. John Heinrichsey here, multiple national champion here in the CT4 Blackwing. Now, folks, if you are at the racetrack, if you are at Road America, here's a live in-car cam with Bruce Griffin. If you are at Road America, go find John Heinrichsey's Cadillac and check it out. It is a really, really cool piece of machinery, and it is very, very cool. And he is now our fast car. Purple lap of a 1:24.985. Peter Cunningham here in an STU Honda Civic TCR. Peter Cunningham was this week's guest at Inside the SCCA doing our June Sprints preview. He is a Wisconsin boy from way back in the day. He was my first autocross coach back at Milwaukee County Stadium. This is how old I am, folks. Back at Milwaukee County Stadium in the late 80s. He was my coach for my first autocross school. And, of course, he's gone on to be one of the best World Challenge drivers. I think he has the most World Challenge championships of anybody. SCCA Hall of Famer. Had a great conversation with Peters. We talked about his career as well as racing here at Road America. So check that out as well. D. Marshall, I raced with Mike Lewis and Cal Club and Rob Warkaki in the 2006 runoffs. Very cool. Don't tell poor people about Door County. More people are going to go. Sorry, Mr. Sales Dude. I apologize. That's my mom's favorite place to visit, by the way. All right, Heinrichsey, Charlie Peter, Peter Cunningham, Bruce Griffin, Aaron Kaplan. That's your top 5. Of course, very, very early in this session. That's after only one race lap. Probably won't end up that way as people start to get some heat in their tires and get going here. 25-minute qualifying sessions today. I believe they're also 25 minutes tomorrow before we get to our first races of the weekend late tomorrow afternoon. Charlie Peter just put down a big Sector 2 car, and that turned into a great lap here. He is now your top car here in a 2:24.756 lap. That lap 0.2 of a second faster than John Heinrichsey. Now, what it does happen here with these qualifying sessions, the touring cars tend to get temperature in their tires faster, so they're often fast in the early part of qualifying. But when the STU GT3U cars get going here, they will probably be faster in the end here, but that's kind of how the T2 cars are typically a little faster earlier, and then the ST cars start to come into form after a couple of laps. So we'll see if that's the case now in this session as well. See if I am proven right or wrong. What's World Challenge, Tucker says? World Challenge was a, is World Challenge still a thing? Okay, so World Challenge has been folded into SRO. World Challenge was a production-based racing series. It was a Speed Vision World Challenge. It was a Speed World Challenge. It was a support race for IndyCar and IMSA for a long time. Actually, mostly for IndyCar, and great racing in the U.S. here. Fantastic Acuras and what else? There were Volvos in the World Challenge. It was a really great combination of cars. Yep, the Cadillacs were in there as well. And yeah, YouTube World Challenge. It'll pop up and there'll be a bunch of racing out there. So, all right, John Heinrichsey goes back to the point with a 2:24.738. So he takes over the top spot on the leaderboard. And Peter Cunningham still in third place with his Honda Civic TCR. He is, of course, the real-time Acura guy. That's where he had most of his success, or a lot of his success in World Challenge with those real-time Acuras. So if you ever seen those orange and white liveried cars, unmistakable if you followed North American motorsports at all, you would know the World Challenge cars. Yeah, the Lotus Esprit was also, thank you, Cameron Wagner, also back in the day, a big World Challenge car as well. So yeah, very cool series when it was out there. Looking through some of the other classes real quick, your STL leader right now, Mike Taylor out of Cumming, Georgia, with that beautiful Acura Integra with the British flag on the hood. He's out here. His fast lap at 2:34.6. David Palfiner is second, and Michael Newmeyer third. That's your top three in STL right now. Looking at Touring 3 at the moment, Steven Johnson is in his Nissan 370Z, followed by John Laguitas in his Ford Mustang, and Todd Clark is your third place car right now in BMW, in his BMW. Fourth place, Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez is here as well. Andrea King fifth, Robert Dahmer sixth. So a good crop of T3 cars here this weekend. And then, of course, looking at T4, you've got Ethan Barker, Richard Mooney, Richard Dickey, and James Eben. That's your top four in Touring 4. But again, really early in this session. So lots of action still to go. Only 13 minutes and 30 seconds, or 30 minutes left, which means we've only got about, 12 minutes, 10 minutes into this session. So lots of action still ahead here. Yep, boy from New York talks about the World Challenge NSX. So yep. He talks a lot on the podcast about racing that NSX. So, we've got a car off somewhere because there's a track truck there. That's turn 7. So they're covering that at the moment with a local yellow. Hopefully they'll be able to get that taken care of without having to go full course yellow. Back on board here with Bruce Griffin and his Ford, in his, oh my gosh, don't let him know I said that, in his Chevrolet Corvette. That's like the biggest crime of all today, is referring to his car as a Ford. That Corvette right now is, here he is, sitting in 5th place overall. He is your 3rd place car in T2. His fast lap right now, 2:27.8. And you can see him. This with the Corvette's cool because you can see a couple of at the end of the long straightaways what the top speeds are with the camera here. And I'm always interested to see comparing the entrance to turn 1 to the entrance to turn 5 and then into Canada Corner. Turn 5 and Canada Corner, both kind of a downhill run towards those. So those should be higher speeds than going into turn 1. Of course, turn 1, the longest straightaway, but it's got this big hill. You could watch even with this car, it gets to 110, then it just kind of sticks there, doesn't gain a lot of speed. And then right at the top of the hill, look at the numbers go up all the way to 135 here. Top end at the top of this corner is going to get just short of I think I saw 140 before he hit the brakes to make the turn into the first corner here. I think the fastest corner on the racetrack, or the fastest entry point, is here at going into turn 5. So we will see if I am right here in just a moment. Oh, and there's another car off right there in turn 3. That's a car that they will not be able to leave there if that car doesn't get moving. They will absolutely have to get that car out of the way. Not sure if they'll do that under a local yellow or not. Waiting for race control to take a peek at that. And that's a car that's in a bad spot. Right now, your top 3, Heinrichs, Peter, and Heinrichs, Charlie, Peter, and Peter Cunningham. I almost said Heinrichs, Peter, and Cunningham, which would have been accurate, but you would have been a little confused maybe. So your top 3 right now, John Heinrichs, Charlie, Peter, and Peter Cunningham. Alan Kossoff, who was one of the Kossoff family members, asking about him earlier in the chat. He's in a Porsche 996 out of Prospect Heights, Illinois. He's now moved up to 4th place on the leaderboard. We're 10.5 minutes to go. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid. We'll take our break, and then we'll have an idea. Oh, it looks like we've just gone full course yellow here. So timing is good for the break. Let's get that out of the way. When we come back, hopefully we'll get back to green flag action here. Stand by for our call to the grid. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 8 cars. Wait, hold on. No. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live at Road America, you can see in front of us the reason for our full course yellow. That car had parked itself at the exit of the outside of turn number 3, and it is no longer there. It is off the racetrack, hopefully. I believe that was the only cleanup we had. We had something at turn 7 also, but I don't know that is there. Do we have a camera at turn 7? It does. Okay, so we can't see that one, but I think that's probably been cleaned up. So hopefully we'll get a chance to go green flag racing here again pretty quickly, or green flag qualifying anyway. Let's see here. Gilles Villeneuve was in Atlantics and GTs. Now the discussion in the chat has switched to the next race and Formula Atlantics and all the cool people who are part of that. We'll talk about that when we get there. But yes, it was back in the day. Formula Atlantic was awesome. So 6:23 to go. Hopefully we will drop those yellow flags here pretty quickly. Not quite yet, though. Right now, your top 5, John Heinrichs, Charlie Peter, they're in T2. Then you've got Peter Cunningham in STU. And you've got turn 2 cars of Alan Kosloff and Bruce Griffin. That's 4th and 5th place overall. Just under 6 minutes to go here. And Bruce Griffin has decided that he has done it. Thanks, Keisha, and thanks, workers. I don't know who Keisha is, but I know who the workers are, and I agree. Thank you, workers, for being here. Keisha gets a shout out on the live stream today. Still got the double yellows up. There must be, just pulling in the double yellows as we speak. We are back to green flag qualifying. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. That means about 3 good laps, maybe. Definitely 2 good laps, but maybe 3 good laps, depending on where you're on the racetrack. And here they go, back to action. Got one car, looks like they've already decided to call it a day. But we're going here. Yeah. That car going to duck on the pit lane? And it is. That is one of the Honda CRXs. See which car that might have been as I roll down here through the list. We actually have a Dodge Neon out here. Alan Orabon's here with his Neon. That's a cool race car. Back in the day, we had a lot of Neons. Yeah, that was probably Will Ostrowski in the Honda CRX pulling off onto pit lane there. We do have some cars bunched up here, so they'll be able to take advantage of a potential draft here as they come out of turn 3 and head down that long back straight down towards turn 5. Good opportunity, as Cameron Wagner points out, if these cars were able to cool down their tires here just a little bit while we're under full course caution, that might be an opportunity to get a couple good last minute flyers in before we get to the end of this session. So good point there. Paul Kalaja says that the Neon was the Miata in the SCCA before Miata. That is true. That was a heavily supported class from Dodge, and it is that back in the day was a very, very popular showroom stock class. Oh, there's a car going way wide. That is not the preferred line through turn 6, I will have to say. But good move. Keep it on the racetrack and keep going. 3:30 to go. Let's see, is anybody laying down a good one here? This is an opportunity. Still Heinrichs, Peter, Charlie Peter, and Peter Cunningham. Looks like possible that those cars have already decided to call it a day here. That tends to happen when we have these full course cautions with 2 qualifying sessions. They'll come in and decide to hang it out there tomorrow. It also gives a chance with a little bit less cars on the racetrack for the cars who want to stay out to get maybe a little cleaner racing action. Looks like Brian Spiewak's on a good lap. He's put down a personal best in the Sector 1. Michael Lewis has also put down a good Sector 4 time in his GT3U Mazda RX-7. Done a personal best in Sector 1. Doesn't look like anybody's going faster now, though, than the leaders, or at least the provisional leaders of this session. Car there right at the end of pit lane. Not sure if that car is trying to make a decision to go or trying to find a little clear place to come out. Not really supposed to do that, but might be someone there talking to the driver as well. Anyway, we're back here, still racing. 1 minute 55 seconds to go here. Let me do, well, we'll wait till the end of the session here to do another call to grid. Seems like everybody's pretty much found their lot in life here in this qualifying session. If you're interested in when this race is going to happen, this group will race on Sunday, and their race will be just after lunch, or I'm sorry, no, just before lunch. 1:15 Sunday morning, I'm sorry, 11:15 Sunday morning will be this race for this group. So if you want to tune back in for that, but of course there's a whole lot of action tomorrow you can tune in for as well. If you haven't done it yet, like and subscribe. That helps us with the algorithm. Always good for that. The more you like, the more people see us. 1 minute to go here. Still up front, Heinrichs, Charlie Peter, Peter Cunningham, Alan Kossoff, then Griffin, Aaron Kaplan in 6th, Rob Warkocki in 7th, Brian Spiewak in 8th, Michael Lewis 9th, Russell King is in 10th. Looking at 11th and 12th, we've got Robbie Eglin and Steven Johns. Those are overall times here. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go, I should say, in this qualifying session. When the session is over, I will give you the top 5 in each class, 5 classes in this particular race group. So we will keep an eye on that, but I will give you the top 5 in each class before we take a break and get to our next race. So let us do that in just a second. Time's running out, though. If people want to put down one more hot lap, this would be the time to do it. A little surprised that the STU and GT3U cars didn't step up and get to the top of the leaderboard here. That just means we got a really good crop of T2 cars. A lot of cars heading to pit lane here now that the checkered flag is in the air. That is what they're supposed to do, which is awesome. Let's do a call to grid, and then I will check out, see if anybody has changed their positions. We'll go through the top 5 in each group. So we'll do the call to grid first. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid for qualifying. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental. Group 7 cars to the grid for qualifying. All right, let's take a look. Top 5, each group right now. Starting with GT3U. You've got 3 cars in that class. Rob Warkarki, and then Michael Lewis and George Chichon. That would be the top 3 in GT3U. Now moving on to STL. Mike Taylor is your provisional pole sitter in STL, followed by David Palfiner, Joe Eben, Michael Newmeyer, and Nolan Elder. Now looking at STU. Peter Cunningham. He is an SCCA Hall of Famer. He is also your number 1 car in STU. He has got a lap of 2:25.547, followed by Jackson Tovo, James Schlechter, Ethan Tovo, and Zachary Hillman. That's your top 5 in STU. Moving on now to Touring 2. Your fast car there, John Heinrichs in his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing out of Clarkston, Michigan. His best time, a 2:24.738, followed by Charlie Peter, Alan Kossoff, Bruce Griffin, and Aaron Kaplan. In Touring 3, Steven Johnson is your fast car there in his Nissan 370Z with a fast time of 2:31.150. And then you've got John Lojudas, Todd Clark, Gamil Aguilar-Gomez, and Andre King. That is your top 5 in T3. Moving on to T4, your top 5, Ethan Barker, Richard Mooney, Richard Dickey, James Eben, and Gino Carini. That's how they stand right here for your provisional times in qualifying after qualifying number 1. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more racing action. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Drivers from car number 96 and car number 4 in Spec Racer 4. It's Spec Racer 4 96 and car number 4. Please go see the black flag steward at the tent in pit lane and take your video with you. Can I get, we need car numbers 96 and car number 4 in Spec Racer Ford to go to the black flag tent on pit lane with your video. You can open me now for the regular broadcast. Oh, welcome back, folks, to Road America for more qualifying here for the June Sprints. Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental are out there now. 25-minute qualifying session just getting underway. These are my favorite cars out here, the fastest winged cars here at Road America this weekend. Formula Atlantic used to be one of the most popular classes in the SCCA, used to be a stepping stone class to IndyCar. The Pro Formula Atlantic Series was the same cars essentially as the SCCA cars, and then became the Toyota Formula Atlantics. Now, Formula Atlantic is a combination of a bunch of different classes, so they're not quite as fast as they used to be because they've had to slow down the original Formula Atlantic cars to make room for the Formula 1000 cars that are now part of that class. We've got those cars. Then we've got Formula Continentals based on the 2.0 liter Ford 2000, Formula 2000 class originally. I think there's a couple of other engines in there now. There might be a Mazda engine in there also. But that's Formula Continental. Yes, and there are some Formula Mazdas also. Those are also into the Formula Atlantic class as well. So lots of opportunities here for all of these higher-end Formula cars to get together here and go racing at the June Sprint. So we're back in the action here. And again, a 25-minute session just getting underway. You can see still some stickers on some of these tires here, so they haven't even been able to run the stickers off yet, so not a lot of heat in the car right now. It is 72, 73 degrees right now, so it'll take a little bit of time for these slick tires to get up to speed, but when they do, these cars should be pretty quick. Hans Peter is our in this session as well, or is one of the drivers here in his Swift 016 Formula Atlantic car. And you've got your Swift 04A of JR Smart, followed by one of those F1000 cars. That is Jeff Keecher out of Denver, Colorado. And a couple of more Formula Atlantics, Shane Kennett, Dudley Fleck, John McAleer. Those are all in Swift. So the Swifts and the Van Diemens are kind of the old school Formula Atlantics. And you've got the new school cars, the F1000s, the Mazda Pro Formula cars as well. So that's the kind of the mishmash that is Formula Atlantic today. You can also tell the old school Formula Atlantic cars because those are, I call them lower and squattier. They just have a different look about them. They're a little wider wheelbase. They look like they're a little lower to the ground, whereas the Formula Continental car is not quite as wide, a little taller car. And then the Formula Mazdas also kind of fall into that little low, taller, wider kind of situation. And then the Formula 1000 is a little bit in the middle. So see if I can point out one of those. Those look like Continentals coming up the hill right now. And then the red car, that car is an old school. It's either a Swift or a Van Diemen. I'm going to guess it's Swift because we've got so many more of those. So you kind of can tell the difference between the cars when they're on the racetrack by just kind of the profile that they have as they come up over the hill. You could also tell the rear wings on the old school Formula Atlantic cars much wider than the narrow or rear wings on the Formula Continental cars. So there would be your classic Continental car right there coming through our screen. So that's kind of how you tell the difference in them. Makes it a little difficult for me in the booth to pick them out, but we do the best we can here. Right now, your fast lap, first lap, of course, that's not always the fast lap. Usually lap 2 or 3 ends up being the real fast lap. But early on, our fast car is the Hans Peter Swift 016, a 204.3038. And then you've got Dudley Fleck, John McElher, Shane Kennett. Carl T says fat tires versus skinnier tires. Yes, that is also a very good indication between the older Formula Atlantics with some of the newer cars as well. Very good point, Mr. Carl. Appreciate that. $19 minutes left in this 25-minute session. I'm looking at my little schedule here. One more qualifying session after this, then we're done for the day. Oh, big car off wide there. One of the things you have to worry about when you go off into the grass in one of these Formula cars is in those side pods is where all of the radiators are and the oil coolers. So if you do pick up a lot of grass, a lot of debris in those side pods, sometimes you have to come in and get those cleared out, or else your car could overheat. Not as much of a problem on a day like today, but when we get into the 80s or 90s, that can become problematic. You'll find them come in and you'll find some crew member stick their hand in there, pull out whatever grass and debris is, and they go right back out. About 7 minutes into this qualifying session, car's starting to get some temperature into those slick tires. Dudley Fleck has now taken over the top spot in this session with a 2:03.706. He is now the purple lap here. He is in a Swift 016 Mazda-powered Formula Atlantic. The one cars I really miss, one of my favorite classes of this ilk from back in the day, was the Formula Super V, which was the 1600cc winged Formula cars with a 1600 Volkswagen motor, and it might have been an 1800 Volkswagen motor, but those cars were hugely powerful, screaming down the back straight into turn 5. That was the car that Michael Andretti used as his training ground to go to IndyCar back in the late 80s and early 90s. So Tracy D says their 16-year-old nephew is racing in this group, Brandon Cronin. Welcome, Brendan, to the class here. Let's take a look to see what Brendan's doing on the racetrack right now. He is currently circulating in 16th spot on the grid. He is in a Formula Continental Van Diemen out of Havre de Grace, Degrassi, maybe, Maryland. I'm sure, Tracy, I butchered that, and I apologize. But yep, that's where he is at, 16th in overall. Let's see where he is in class. That is 6th in class here. Coming up on 16 minutes to go here in this particular session. So for those folks who have followed this class for a very long time, our Grand Marshal this weekend is David Wiedenhoff, who is a multiple Formula Continental national champion from back in the day. He won it in 92 and 98. Wiedenhoff also has several Formula Ford national championships, at least 4. He's also a member of the Road Racer Drivers Club, so he is our June Sprints Grand Marshal. Of course, Grand Marshal duties has you doing a lot of fun stuff here this weekend, getting to wave some green flags, getting to wave some checkered flags, maybe even coming up and having a discussion with us at the booth here. I'm sure that will be the highlight of his race weekend. But anyway, good to see him. He is local to this area. Hold on a second. I believe he's out of the Milwaukee area. Oh, it doesn't say in this bio, but I am pretty certain that he is local, definitely local to the Midwest, because I remember he was racing back in the day when my dad was racing a lot. We would always see him at the sprints. Trying to see if I can get. He's also an SCCA Hall of Famer. So Northeast Ohio region. Yep, so he's from the Midwest as well. So 14 minutes, 18 seconds to go here in this qualifying session. Let's take a look at the top of our qualifying leaderboard. Hans Peter back to the number 1 spot. He and Dudley Fleck seem to be trading number 1s here. P1s, a 2:02.822 right now for Peter. Then right behind him is Dudley Fleck, 0.8 of a second slower at the moment with a 2:03.676. That's after 3 laps for Dudley Fleck. John McAleer in his Swift 016. He is a little further back with a 2:03.733. So that's his fast lap right now, followed by Shane Kennett and J.R. Smart. Taking a look at our Formula Continental leaderboard, let's show them a little bit of love. Your fast car right now in Formula Continental is Brandon Dixon. He's driving a Citation Formula 2000 car. Michael Verisons is in second place in his Van Diemen Formula 2000 car. Then you've got Bill Johnson, also in a Van Diemen, and Dean Kurlick in a Van Diemen in 4th place. And then we were talking about Brendan Cronin. He is your 5th fastest car in a Van Diemen right now as we've got it. Perfect day for qualifying here. Brian Donati mentions the weather is better than we have at Watkins Glen. I'm not quite sure what it is at Watkins Glen, but this is Chamber of Commerce weather here in the beautiful Kettle Moraine Forest region of Wisconsin here. That's why one of the sections of the racetrack here is called Kettle Bottoms. Got a debris flag here at turn 5. Not sure what the debris is for, but whatever it is on the racetrack, and that's why the debris flag, as I like to say, channeling my inner Brit. And usually if it's a big piece, they'll have to send someone out to get it. If it's a small piece of debris, they'll put that out for a couple of laps so all the drivers have seen it, and then they will pull that in and we'll go back to racing here, or qualifying, more or less. Dudley Fleck is not making any ground right now on Hans Peter. Matter of fact, it looks like he has actually lost a little bit of ground. Hans Peter just dropped another fast lap, a 2:02.278. That widens the gap between him and Dudley Fleck to 1.3 seconds. So he has really got that Swift 016 car hooked up as he continues to work his way around. 11 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Let's do this. Let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid. And when we come back, we'll get the rest of this qualifying session. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 8 cars to the grid for qualifying. Group 8 cars to the grid for qualifying. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. Group 8 cars to the grid for qualifying.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, back here at the famed, iconic Road America for the June Sprints. I'm Brian Bielanski. We are commentators Brian Bielanski and Brian Bielanski. I love that. You got double the pleasure, double the fun, they say, right? You're from Road America. Jordan Worth is our director, and Ryan Bauer is our producer this weekend, making sure everything looks fantastic. I got to say, Ryan, when the racetrack looks this good, it's not real hard to make it look fantastic. It is a great place to go racing here, and it is a good time. 7 minutes, 45 seconds to go. The only thing I'm disappointed about this weekend is I am only sitting in the broadcast booth and don't get a chance to strap myself into a race car. So, gonna have to work that into my contract for next year. So, I would love to do that. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Hope everybody at home is enjoying the action. Hope everybody here at Road America is enjoying the action. We got for a Friday, a great group of fans out here this weekend, and it will be a lot of folks here on Saturday and Sunday. Weather perfect on Saturday. Might be a little iffy on Sunday, but that won't stop the hardy Wisconsinites from coming to Road America for the June Sprints. They've been making the pilgrimage here for many, many years, 7 decades and counting, here for the June Sprints, and I have been here for a lot of those 70 editions, and it is a great facility, great place to go racing. And we've got Formula Atlantics and Formula Continentals on the racetrack right now. They're trying to put down some fast laps here as they get to the end of this session here. Right now, here is your top 5 in Formula Atlantic: Hans Peter, Dudley Fleck, Shane Kennett. Then you've got John McAleer, J.R. Smart. That's your top 5. Let's scroll down here and take a look at Formula Continental. Your fast car in Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon. He is your fast car. Then you've got Michael Verisons, Bill Johnson, Dean Karalik, and Brendan Croman. That is your top 5. Brendan, apparently, he is a teenager. One of his first races in Formula Continental, if I believe. Is that what they wrote up here? Hold on, let me go back and see. I know he is here. Had family members in the chat giving me info. Got to find that note. Where are we at here? Keep scrolling. Oh, that's 16 years old. Brendan Cronin, 16 years old. Not sure how long he's been racing Formula Continentals, but new to me in the Super Tour, so I know he hasn't done a ton of Super Tours because the name is not top of my consciousness. But it's great to have him here. 16 years old. I couldn't even think about driving. Well, back when I was a kid, you couldn't race in the SCCA until you were 18. So even if I wanted to race at age 16, I couldn't have back then. So, but good for him. Welcome. Coming up on 5 minutes to go here. We'll have one more qualifying session after this one, and then we'll be done for the day. And I'm going to head out and find me some Friday night Wisconsin fish fry. Tucker says his dad raced American Sedan. Very cool. They're coming up next, Tucker. They are part of our big bore group this weekend. So don't go away. I don't know how many American Sedans we have here this weekend, but usually we get a handful. 450 to go now. Nothing's really changing up front. The best of those tires, those slick tires, is pretty much used up. So The only advantage they have as they go deeper is into the session is that the car gets lighter every lap as they burn off the fuel in the gas tank, but it's not quite enough of an offset for the fact that the best tire rubber is available on those first few laps. And now that we're burning into lap 7, lap 8 territory here, it is, is that a bird out there? Oh no, that's a cone, I believe. Yeah, those are the cones that designate the timing line. So I was like, for a second, I thought that was a bird out there, but no birds, not this time anyway. Hans Peter, Dudley Fleck, Shane Kennett. There are your fast cars right here. Looking at Hans Peter and breaking down his times, his fast lap was, which lap? Yeah, he put down his fast lap on lap 7. So he actually put that down a lot later in the session than I would have expected. So his fast lap was a 2:01.3. And he's been getting a little fast. So burning fuel off of his car has been very effective for him. And he keeps growing. Now, Dudley Fleck, though, he was 1.3 seconds back a few laps ago. He's making some good time as well as we get deeper into this session. He's now only 0.4 of a second, just a little less than 0.5 back from Hans Peter here as we get to our final few laps in this session. Three minutes to go in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour qualifying number 1, Q1 for Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental. Hans Peter crossing the line again, not going any faster this time. Still a 2:01.378 fast lap there. Hans Peter's last lap was a 2:36.1, so I'm going to guess he's pulled it down pit lane, and he tripped the timing line on pit lane for that lap. So looks like his day's probably done as we come to the final minutes of this race. Probably more cars will choose to start doing the same thing. Brendan Cronin, it's his second time racing this year, so it's a second outing this year in this Formula Continental. So thank you. Steve says he hit a squirrel with his front wing before hitting the brake zone in turn 5 once, broke the nose on his FE car. Well, thankfully it didn't break your nose. That squirrel pop up and hit you in the head. Plenty of squirrels in Wisconsin. And gophers, that's the other thing. Anyway, long story there. You're bringing back some yard work PTSD. Thank you, Steve. Hans Peter, still your fast car with a 2:01.378. Dudley Fleck here in a 2:01.825 in second place. Then you got John McAleer with a 2:02.625 in third place. Fourth place car is Shane Kennett. His fast lap of 2:02.632. And you've got J.R. Smart with a fast lap of 2:05.421. So that's how you go right now. That's your top 5 in Formula Continental or Formula Atlantic. Now let's look at Formula Continental. Brandon Dixon, his fast lap of 2:11.835, followed by Michael Maris's with a 2:12.569. Then Bill Johnson, he's still out there circulating. He just dropped a 2:12.874. Dean Kirillick, his fast lap, a 2:13.061. And then Brandon Cronin, his best lap, a 2:13.313. We'll let everybody cross the line, then we'll run them down one more time here. We'll let many of them cross the line. In a 4-minute lap, it's tough to wait for everybody once the checkered flag goes out. But no matter the case, there's still a full qualifying session tomorrow. And actually, these cars I actually think qualify on their second session on Sunday. Let me go back to the schedule. Nope, they qualify tomorrow. Yep, so. All right, time is out here. Checkered flag is in the air. I love the turn 14 flagger is just so excited to have that checkered flag. They don't get to fly a checker very often, which is very cool. Usually that's reserved for our finish line, but that's awesome. Get a chance to have fun with that. We'll give some of these cars a chance to finish up their laps before we do our final rundown here. While I'm doing that, let me do a call to grid here. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group, I've lost my schedule. Group 8 cars to the grid, thank you. Group 8 cars to the grid. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm waiting to see everybody's pulling off their hats, looking at me. People are looking at the booth like, what have I done? Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 8 cars to the grid. Group 8 cars to the grid for our qualifying session. Group 8 cars, GT1, GT2, GTX Touring 1, and a sedan. Group 8 cars to the grid. I think I need to move the button so that the button for the tones and the button for the anthem aren't so close to each other. Just like on when you have to save a file, the yes and the no button should be way far apart because there's too many times I've hit no and lost all my work because I'm an idiot. But anyway, let's take a look at where we qualified here for this last session here. Top 5 in each class. Dudley Fleck. Oh, Dudley Fleck grabbed the pole in the class on the last lap, or at least the provisional pole, with a 2:01.308. What a great lap he laid down right there at the end. Hans Peter drops to second. Then you got John McAleer, Shane Kennett, and David T. Burkett. That's your top 5 in Formula Atlantic. Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon, Michael Verisons, Bill Johnson, Dean Kiriluk, and Brendan Croman. That's how they're going to start the qualifying session tomorrow. And then they will hopefully, if they're hoping to, they will run faster tomorrow and see if they can move up the order. We're going to take a break. When we come back, our last qualifying session of the day.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
live at Road America for our final qualifying session of the weekend here, or of the day, I should say. A lot more qualifying tomorrow. Final one of the day. This is going to be fun, folks. If you've not seen the Ground Pounders at Road America, you have missed an experience that you'll never forget. GT1, GT2, GT3. I'm sorry, no more GT3 in this class. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. If you are here at the racetrack, go to turn 5, stand there and listen to them come into turn 5. It is the coolest thing in motorsports to hear GT1 cars barreling down into turn 5, full song. All these big 8 power. And of course, right out front is the Lamborghini Huracan of Michael McAleenan, one of the fast cars here this weekend. Let's see who else is here to try to challenge him in that GT1 car. Rocky Eli is here with his Chevrolet Corvette. So we'll just see it. Now, the McAleenan car, the Lamborghini Huracan, that makes power and makes speed very differently than the big V8 cars. Between the turbocharger and all of the ground effects, all of that aero on that Lamborghini, you'll see hopefully we'll see how those two cars work differently out here, because they make power, they make speed in very different ways, but they're both in the same class. That'll be very interesting. For Tucker, whose dad used to race A Sedan, we've got Kyle Gilbert here in his A Sedan Camaro. Also, Greg Eaton is here in his A Sedan Mustang. A good number of A Sedan cars this weekend, so that's great to see. Anyway, get out here. If you're here at the racetrack, go to turn 5. This is going to be a ton of fun here. Again, our 25-minute session today. We're going to have another qualifying session for these cars tomorrow. Then when we get to racing time, this class will race on Sunday at 1:55 p.m. Eastern Time. 1:55 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. So that's what we're looking at, folks. Central Time, 1:55 Central Time. Thank you. My producer has corrected me. Awesome. I have one computer that is in Eastern Time, another computer that's in Central Time. It'll get me, but the schedule's printed correctly, and I just didn't read it right. Here we go, folks. These cars, much like the Formula Atlantics, they will take a lap or two. Although this being a long lap, that certainly helps. They'll probably get their fast laps here on lap 2, 3, 4, right in that area. So then you'll get a couple of, you might get some late laps also as well, but that tends to be what happens here. Also a very interesting mix of cars in this race group. We've already talked about the Lamborghini. We've got a Ligier, a JSP 320. You've got a Viper in this class. We've got Corvettes and Camaros, Mustangs. Let's see here, a BMW M3. Anything else? That is the gamut. It runs the gamut here. I don't know if you can hear it on the stream as well as we can hear it here, but it is just the coolest thing in the world listening to these big horsepower cars. Tucker says there's an LMP. Yes. So the Ligier is in GTX. So it's in a different class than all the other ones here. And that is SCCA's class for things like an LMP car if they want to come race in the SCCA. So that's where they end up here in that GTX class. And depending on the race, depending on the region, we get more or less of those GTX cars. Tucker is rooting for Andrew McDermott in the 24 car. Cool part about being right here and just past the start-finish line here is that when they come past us, they are full on the throttle here, and it is just a wonderful sound. All right, we should be seeing our first hot lap time from Michael McAleenan. He was one of the first cars out. He should cross that timing stripe first. We'll see whether or not. I will say that David Ruhal is got some really good times early in his GT1 car. He's put down some purple segments here, so he might. Want to give a shout out to Jay Chapman. He is one of the Goodyear Racing folks who's usually at the Super Tour, and I can't be disappointed with him for not being here this weekend because he is working at Le Mans, and he also is watching us from Le Mans. So we have an SCCA Super Tour presence at Le Mans this weekend, midnight local out there, and he is watching us right now. I'm getting a text from him as we speak. Good luck, Jay, with whatever you're doing or whichever teams you're working with at Le Mans. We look forward to seeing you back here at the racetrack when you return. Full of stories, I am hoping, and we'll probably actually get him on the podcast to talk about his Le Mans experience. I was talking about David Ruhal. He put down a hot lap here in that Camaro at 207.3. Now, I think this is also part of how the cars make their power differently. I think that the Lamborghini typically comes in a couple laps later than the heavier cars that can get heat in the tires faster, because that Camaro probably outweighs the Lamborghini by a good amount, and they make their power they make their power and speed differently, and that's part of why oftentimes the Lamborghini doesn't hit a hot lap until a little bit later in the session. So keep an eye on that, though. I know Jay's watching this because a bunch of his cars, a bunch of his tires are on cars in this section. Session. A lot of our classes have a spec tire. Of course, Hoosiers are spec tires on some, and all of that. Goodyear, of course, the spec tire at B-Spec, but in this particular class, there's no spec tire. So some cars are running very different compounds and very different tires, and I know several of the cars here are Goodyear clad. There's some Hoosiers here as well. So I'm sure he's tuning in to see which one of his guys and how they're doing. So Brian French now in his GTX in that Ligier bopped up to number 2 on the qualifying grid at the moment. Michael McElhenney still in 3rd place. Rick Dittman, who has been a fixture in GT1 in this part of the country for a long time, out of Lincolnshire, Illinois. He is now in 4th place in his Corvette GT1 car. Then you've got John Atwell in a GT2 car, your fast GT2 car at the moment. He's a Ford Mustang. He's all the way from Osley, Texas. So welcome to Road America, John Atwell. He's putting it down and getting it done here in that Mustang. David Ruhal just put down another fast lap in lap number 2, a 204.524, going purple in his Chevrolet Camaro. He's out of Heartland, Wisconsin. So there are plenty of laps in his resume here at Road America as well. Tucker asked, why does ACN run with GT1? Because they are kind of close in power, and they're too fast for other groups. But that's probably the better way to put it. They're too fast for other race groups, and probably slow in this group, but they tend to work the best in this group. So. Brian French still holding on now to that 2nd spot. He is fastest in the speed trap. His car going through the speed trap at 173.7 miles per hour. This is an example of how some cars make their speed differently. So raw speed, the Ligier is the fastest, but when you look at the sector times, you've got the Camaro making good times in the different sectors. So that is how that looks. Ruhal just drops another fast lap here. This one is a 204.514. So every lap he's been able to put down a purple lap so far. That'll trail off at some point. The tires will probably start to trail off here at some point, so he'll stop putting down fast laps lap after lap after lap, but still putting them down right now. John Atwell on a flyer, 2 fast sectors. Rocky Gill also with a quick lap in his GT1 because he's now 4th place in GT1 on the qualifying order. Rocky Ellie in his Corvette, his fast lap of 213.3. So there's the big disparity. Fourth place in GT1 is almost a full 10 seconds slower than first place in GT1. So obviously car prep in these classes, very, very important. Driver experience, very, very important. Taking a look at GT2 right now, a little deeper into the field. You've got John Atwell is in first. Jarek Odrick, former NFL player, he is in second place in his GT2 Camaro. Then you've got Jonathan Start, Justin Elder, and Ray Mason. That is your top 5 in GT2. GTX, just that one car, Brian French. Then you go to the GT1 cars. Let's look at them. We have 5 GT1 cars here this weekend. Dave Rulo is your leader. Michael McAleen in second, followed by Rick Dittman, Rocky Ellie, and Ryan Kehoe. That's your top 5 in GT1. And then looking at Touring 1, Hugh Stewart, Brian Goodman, David Marshall. That's how they stand right now in Touring 1. And then finally, A Sedan, Andrew McDermott's your fast car there right now. You've got Greg Eaton and Kyle Gilbert. That's third place. Fourth place is Matt Reagan. 12 minutes, 55 seconds to go right now. Let's do this. Let's take our final break of the day. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Road America. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, we have just crossed over into our final 10 minutes of action today from Road America. Big bore cars on the racetrack, GT cars, GT1, GT2, GTX. We've got a touring car as well out there, touring 1 cars. And who else? I've lost track of everything going in and out of my mind. A Sedan is out there, GTX, GT1, GT2 cars out there as well. As we get through our final qualifying session of the day. I'm Brian Bielanski. Joining me tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. Be here or be square. Doesn't sound as good when we say be there or be square. That rhymes better. Anyway, be here regardless. More racing tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central. Qualifying throughout the morning and early afternoon. 3 races tomorrow afternoon. Then we come back to do it all over again on Sunday with more qualifying, a couple more sessions in the morning, and then a whole bunch of racing on Sunday afternoon. So lots of action at the June Sprints here this year. We'd love to have you here. If you're here right now, hit the like button, subscribe. Liking and subscribing, very, very important. We appreciate that. Helps us get the SCCA out to a bigger audience. Believe it or not, when you hit like, a whole bunch of other people get to see us who wouldn't necessarily see us. It's the way the algorithm works, and when we get likes, YouTube pushes us out as potential stuff for other people to see. So hit that like button. Dave Rouleau is our fast lap car right now. He's only been out there for 3 laps. He decided, I've put in 3. If they want to come and get me, let them come and get me. And his fast lap right now is a 2:04.5. And the fast lap for Michael McAleenan was a 2:08.2. So a big gap there. And he's put in only 4 laps. Rouleau dropped 3 and then decided he had had enough for the day. So he is pulled in. So a lot of drivers put their laps down and decided, I'm going to come back out tomorrow, do some more qualifying probably. And they have pulled in. Rick Dittman looks like he did 3 and done. So he has done 3 here. He's also got a lot of laps here at Road America. So that's the case there. Looking to see anybody else do the 3 and done or a couple laps and done. Looks like most of the GT2 cars are staying out, still circulating, still trying to find speed, still trying to find grip here late in the day. Absolutely perfect weather for racing here this weekend, or at least so far. We will hope that it keeps its way through. Big thank you to everybody in the chat who's been here all day. When you hear Solo doing all of this stuff, when you can interact with the people in the chat, ask those questions, kind of a mini Ask Me Anything today. Hopefully I've given answers that made sense. I think most of the answers were correct. If they weren't correct, I didn't answer the question. I didn't know the answer. But yeah, I love that little Ask Me Anything aspect of our solo qualifying here in the announce booth. I had a great time. Thank you to all of those folks. Of course, thank you to all of the SCCA workers standing there on the corners. Also, all around different aspects of this racetrack, grid, timing and scoring, tech inspectors, stewards, just a ton of folks here who helped make this happen. Registration, sound control. I'm sure I'm missing someone, but thank you to all of them for being out here. We can't go racing without you. If you want to be part of the action here, to go to SCCA.com, become a member, find your local region, go to your local racetrack and talk to the people there. They will get you started. We love volunteers, so we will not let you get away if you show interest. 6 minutes to go in this race, or in this qualifying session, I should say. Not a lot of changes here. Several of our cars that were out earlier have already decided that their day is done. Coming up on the 5 minutes to go mark. These cars will race on Sunday. Their race on Sunday will happen at 1:55 p.m. Central Time. The second race after lunch on Sunday. As you can see now, lots of cars deciding that they've got everything they're going to get out of their car for this session. So they pull in. Several other cars decided they want to keep at it. Kind of different ways to think about it. Now they're going to have clearer track for those who decide to stay out, so less cars to deal with out there. But you also have to weigh that with the fact that your tires aren't quite as good as they were at the start. And then there's the balance of that you're a little bit lighter because you've been burning off fuel. So Carl T, no, not just qualifying. There are 3 races tomorrow, so a bunch of qualifying, and then the last 3 sessions of the day are races. The racing tomorrow is going to be your B-Spec is our first race of the day tomorrow, and that's 2:55 p.m. Then you've got FE2 prototypes, and Prototype 2 is our second race tomorrow. Then our final race of the day tomorrow is our production race. That's EF and H production. So that's our racing action tomorrow. The rest of the classes will race on Sunday. 3 minutes, 55 seconds to go on the clock. Nothing has changed at the top. Still Dave Rulo, Brian French, Michael McAleenan, Rick Dittman, and Rocky Ellie. It's either Eli or Ellie. I'm going with Ellie at the moment. If I'm wrong, somebody in the chat correct me. Rocky, you can correct me too. I apologize if I am wrong. Here he comes, or here they come. Down heavy on the brakes going into turn 1, and then down the hill here to 3. This is a really important corner on this racetrack because it leads on to the longest, or not the longest straight, but the fastest straight. It's all downhill going into turn 5, and unlike the front straight, which is the longest straight, but it's uphill almost all the way to turn 1 to a certain degree, to a great degree on the first half of the straightaway, and then a little lesser degree, it's pretty much uphill all the way to turn 1. So 250 left to go. Brian French still out there trying to make a good lap. He's getting ever so closer in that Ligier, but not quite fast enough. Still off by about 0.7 of a second from a potential pole lap here, at least provisional pole. Now, all of the qualifying sessions today will be combined with the times from the qualifying sessions tomorrow, and whichever session the driver gets their best lap, that's the lap that will count. That's how they will be gridded for the races this weekend. So coming up on 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Also want to give a big thank you to Jordan Worth, who's our director this weekend. Ryan Bauer, he's taking care of all of our cameras. He's our producer here on site. Larry Lefty McLeod will join me tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, which is great because when I have to start combining yesterday's qualifying times and today's, or the first qualifying one and the second qualifying one, my brain turns to mush, and then Larry takes over because he's really good at that stuff. So he's kind of like that supercomputer Hal. Maybe a better supercomputer than Hal. I think Hal was the one that took over the world. Minute and a half left in this session. Yes, Tim, slightly different format this weekend because we've added in the small bore formula class. So we're doing one race this weekend, and as opposed to the normal 2-race weekend format for the Super Tours. People who've been coming to the sprints for decades will remember that for the longest time, I believe they said for the first 60 years of the sprints, it was a 1-race weekend. So we're kind of going old school here. Let's call it the throwback weekend. Little old school action here at the sprints this year. But we do have 10 race groups, so that's why we've got it down to the 2, just the 1 race this weekend. 23 seconds to go. We'll see the checkered flag fly, and then I'll give you the top 5 in each of our classes before we say goodbye for the night. Don't forget to tune back in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bunch of qualifying action, then racing in the afternoon. All right, time has run out, and our checkered flag flying there in turn 14, so we can get, that's right after, you can see the timing loop right there with the 2 cones. That's why we're checkering in turn 14. The goal to get people off the racetrack a little bit faster so we can squeeze all of what we're trying to put into this weekend. Let's go through our top 5 in each class. Let's start with GT1. On the pole for GT1 and on the pole overall at the moment, of course, it's the provisional pole, is David Rouleau. His fast lap, a 204.514. Then you got Michael McAleenan, Rick Dittman, Rocky Ellie, and Ryan Kehoe, your top 5 in GT1. Now let's look at GT2. John Atwell, your fast car there. His time, a 212.775. Jared Odrick is your second fastest car, followed by Jonathan Start, Justin Elder, and Ray Mason. Only one car in GTX, that's Brian French, his fast lap in that Ligier, a 205.312. In Touring 1, your top three are Hugh Stewart, Brian Goodman, and David Marshall. Hugh Stewart with a lap at 221.931. And then finally, A Sedan. Andrew McDermott, your fast car there in his Ford Mustang, a fast lap at 226.033, followed by Greg Eaton, Kyle Gilbert, and Matt Reagan. All right, that's going to do it here. We'll wrap it up for the day here at Road America. Back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. Larry Lefty McLeod will be with me. I am Brian Bielanski for Jordan Worth and Ryan Bauer and all of the crew here at DriversEye Live and the SCCA. Thank you all for watching. Hit like and subscribe before you leave. Have yourself a great night. Stay safe and go play with cars.
Thank you, Brian. That's going to wrap up our day here on a Fast Friday at America's National Park of Speed. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock, 7:30 a.m. wake-up call from camping here at the racetrack. We'll see you tomorrow morning.